Audio check. Okay, I'm here. Wow. Greetings, everyone. Hello. Nice to see you. I'm quite late. Time got away from me. Bless you, welcome in. Holy Gad, welcome in. Hot Dog, welcome in. Brack, welcome in. Early Bird Lurkers, hello. You're all looking lovely this evening. Hope you're all doing well. How's it going? It's a cloudy, gloomy day here. It's supposed to rain in a little bit. And I am still fighting off this sinus mess from last week. It does not want to give up. I have felt like the last, 3 or 4 days in a row were going to be the last day of it. And then it just, resets every morning in the most depressing Bill Murray Groundhog Day kind of way. I gotta turn this music down. It's so loud. There we go. The JRPG pic still goes hard. It's true. That picture will never not go hard. I don't think I'll ever get rid of that. Unless, Paul calls me and he's like, hey, you can't use that anymore. You know, then I might consider taking it down. I'd think about it. Yeah, this is one of the worst sinus infections I've ever had. 100%. And that's really saying something. Completely got blindsided by whatever is in Florida. Whatever's in Central Florida does not jive with my system. So whenever we go back there, I will be loading up on the antihistamines just like I do when I go to Minnesota. And I guess maybe from now on, I'll just do that anytime I go somewhere that's not here. Because maybe that's just my life, is I'm allergic to anywhere other than where I live. Or where I grew up. It blows. But yeah, I mean, you might think, oh, well, shouldn't seasonal allergies only affect you in like the spring or maybe the fall? But when you're talking about somewhere like Florida, where the climate is just tropical pretty much all year round, it doesn't really matter. Like, there was so much green and everything is like blooming. Like, one of the days we went to a garden, like an actual garden, and there was like flowers everywhere. So, and I wasn't like sticking my nose in them or anything, but it was probably that day. And it got the lady too. The lady doesn't even have like bad allergies like I do. I remember like 10 years ago when we were still living in Minnesota and I would get these sinus infections like crazy. The lady didn't even believe me that allergies were like real. She just thought I got colds a lot. And then we moved down here and it stopped happening. And she's like, oh, he wasn't making that up. There was something going on. But she usually never gets hit by stuff like that. So I was really surprised. And that also made me think that that's not what it was, and it made me worried. I was like, oh man, we're like actually sick with some other kind of weird thing. It's not just allergies. You know, like I picked up something somehow and she got it, or vice versa, or whatever. But it's definitely allergies. We didn't give it to anybody else that we were with. The little guy is totally fine, thank goodness. You know, so I don't think it's like something that we picked up on like an airplane or anything. I'm pretty sure it's allergies. Maybe the Florida air isn't what's to blame, but it's definitely allergies. It's not some kind of like viral, contagious type of deal. Which certainly tracks for me, because that seems to be the only way I ever get sick, which is something to be thankful for in and of itself, but yeah, I can't go anywhere. So my voice is still a little shredded today. I haven't been having the coughing fits today. So hopefully I won't have to ride the mute button like I did on Tuesday. But I've got everything that I might need standing by. Hopefully the only thing I'll need is tissues, because things are draining. I pretty much have my energy back, but I still felt like junk this morning, so I'm very skeptical. It's like, I feel good throughout most of the day, and I feel like I'm turning the corner, and then I go to bed feeling good, and then I just wake up, and it's like I started all over again. And that's happened like 4 days in a row. Really frustrating. Anyways, let's go over to the game. Let's go right over here. Dang, that's a nice bumper. Oh, the capture's not there. Okay, hang on. It's all good. You'd think with all this lateness, I would be completely set up, but no, that's just kind of how it goes. There we go. I'm waiting to get the... Today we're playing black screen. I'm waiting to get the shipping notification for my Analog 3D. Fo told me that his shipped out, and so now I'm like, why isn't mine shipped? Why isn't mine shipped? But if mine has shipped, I can't find the notification email. But they're apparently shipping out like in waves this week, and I'm very excited to get it. The Analog 3D is Analog's N64 clone. So they've made an NES, an SNES, and a Game Boy family for Nintendo, and a bunch of other systems. They made like a Mega Drive Genesis clone. They made a like a PC Engine one. Yeah, I'm super stoked. I think I pre-ordered it like a year and a half ago or like 2 years ago. I think I need to move the camera a little bit. Well, maybe not. I look like I'm just like turned the wrong way. I look like I need to be turned this way, but it's just the nature of my setup. Yeah, I'm really excited about the Analog 3D. There's a lot of early reviews coming out, and I watched the only one that matters, which is the My Life in Gaming one. The only thing that I am concerned about with the Analog 3D is that there's not support for the EverDrive that I have right out of the box. Which is kind of like surprising. I'm sure it'll get added in with some kind of update, firmware update, but I just wish that it was available outside of the box. That was like a little surprising to me. There's like some flash carts are working, but the like most premier common one doesn't work at all. And I was like, really? Like I know he's all about preservation of just the original cartridges and working on the functionality of original like commercial consumer cartridges and not like, you know, NFRs and homebrew and all that kind of stuff. But like, come on, you gotta know that people are going to use their EverDrive with it. And it's not like the guy is anti-emulation, you know, the product is an emulator. So, I don't know. That was just kind of surprising to me, but it'll get added. I'm confident it'll get added. There will be so many people asking for it. Even if he wasn't planning on adding support for it, he'll have no choice but to add it. I'm pretty sure. So I'm excited about that. I've got my controller ready to go. The controller apparently needs an update to work with it, which I already took care of. I'm very excited to just hook it up and use it and see what it's like. It's going to open up N64 games on the stream queue again, which I'm very excited about. I use my N64 for ads. The Super Smash Bros. Stuff that happens during the ads, that's on a real N64. And so I'm usually hesitant to add an N64 game to a stream poll because I'll be like, oh, well, if we're playing that game on the 64, how will I do ad stuff during that game? And will I just not do the ads stuff? It's not that big of a deal. People won't care because it's just ads, but it's like a part of the decision-making process that I would like to eliminate. So now I'll be able to eliminate that. I can, you know, play the game on the one system and run the ads on the other so that I just don't have to think about that when I'm thinking about what's going to go on a poll next. There's not that many N64 games still left in the backlog. I've played most of them, but there are some that I would like to play. So, I'm excited about that. Let's see, what other announcements? Obviously, you're seeing me at the new stream time, so that's the other big news. We're trying out a new stream time this week. It's probably going to be the new permanent stream time going forward, but if for some reason after a while the lady and I realize, hey, this isn't working out as well as we thought it might, we'll try something else. But we're definitely not going back to the old stream time. So, 3 p.m. Central is going to be the new jam until further notice. Donatello was your favorite Ninja Turtle, probably based on the NES game where he was just so much better than the rest. Yeah, Donatello is a very popular choice in, I think, almost all of the Ninja Turtle fighting games, Shane, because of, like, the range. He was a very popular choice in Turtles in Time as well. Yeah, I love the look of this N64 too, Blishu. I love it so much. I'm obviously extremely biased because I grew up with the N64, but just, I love everything about it. Like, the textures, the sound engine, everything about it is just like so comfy and cozy and familiar to me. I'll always love it. Like, I don't think there will ever be a point where gaming will get to a period where I like can't go back to it, or like I'll fire it up and I'll just be like, oh, this doesn't look as good as I remember, you know. Welcome in, Sorless. How's it going? This stream time matches you. Glad to hear it, Sen. Nice to see you. Back when Treasure Games didn't miss. Treasure the publisher? I don't know any Treasure published games. My sub is old enough for kindergarten. 60 months.
My sub is old enough for kindergarten.
That is wild, Brack. Send that baby off to school. That's so funny. Thank you so much for 60 months, my guy. We will do a wheel spin for you. Treasure's the developer. Okay. I was getting... When you said Treasure and I tried to think of it, I think what I thought of was Ocean, which were known for publishing and maybe developing some really, really stinkers back in the day. Gunstar Heroes, Dynamite Heady, and Mischief Makers. Okay. Man, Dynamite Heady sure is a video game of all time. I've still never played Mischief Makers. I've heard really good things about it. I remember seeing it when the N64 was new and being like, what is this? This is so weird. Like, I didn't understand what a platformer was as a genre at that time, for one thing. And then just the fact that it's a 2D game and all of like the hot new games were in 3D, I very much fell prey to that mindset of like, why does this game look like it's old and like it doesn't belong, or like, you know, it's from the previous generation. But I didn't know how to put that into words. But I remember having that reaction when I saw it. But I've heard like in retrospect that it's really good and it's like a really good platformer, but I've never played it. I don't even know like what that game goes for. I know it's kind of like quirky and silly too, right? Very weird, but very good. Mr. Makers was so much fun. Rented it a few times. Okay. Never able to beat it due to one really hard jump you couldn't get past. Huh. Interesting. I do love a 2D platformer. I was gonna look for my analog email. I was like, why did I open this menu? Yeah, no. Still nothing. I can see all of my other analog emails, so I'm assuming that it would go to this one. So unless it like somehow weirdly got filtered out, which does happen sometimes, like I got the email that was like, hey, we're gonna start shipping on the 18th. If you need to change your address, change it by this day. And I, you know, verified that my address was right and all that kind of thing. But I haven't got a shipping notification since the 18th, and it's only been 2 days. But I'm just jealous because now I know that someone that I know has had theirs ship out, and I'm like, why hasn't mine shipped out? I pre-ordered so early. You know, I'm like I would assume that I'm in like an early wave, but maybe I'm not. I don't know. What other announcements? I feel like there was one other thing I was going to announce. Oh, this is exciting. I'm going to be, this is a couple weeks out, so this is kind of early. I'll announce this like formally in Discord in like a weekly update when it gets closer. But you'll be the first to know, I guess. I'm going to be joining a raid train next month with a Discord community that I'm in called Club CRT. CRT stands for Celebrate Retro Together. It's just a retro gaming streamer community that I joined like, I don't know, a year ago, something like that. Started by some people that I'm friends with and fans of, so I figured why not. I don't do as good of a job as I should going into that Discord and just kind of mixing it up with people, but there's a lot of really cool people in there. Some people that I knew and loved before joining the community, and some that I have come to know or become more familiar with through the community, so that's been really cool. And if you're not familiar with what a raid train is, it's basically just like everybody picks like a time slot, and at a specific time you end your stream and you raid into a specific person, and it keeps going for like a couple of days. And you know, it can be associated with like a charity cause or celebrating a specific video game or anything. It doesn't have to be for anything in particular. All right, set your cough counters to 1. And this one is just for, like, it's just for fun. It's just for celebrating retro together. It's not for like a specific cause or a charity or anything like that, unless I'm misspeaking. So we get to play whatever we want. We're supposed to just play a game that we feel like kind of is important to us and represents us, kind of a thing. The purpose of this one is just for people within the community to get to know each other better. Because now that this community's been around for like a year, I think we're like realizing like, hey, we need to do more stuff to like get everybody to kind of like mix it up with each other. So basically the purpose is just so that some of these streamers can get to know each other better and like cross-pollinate some of their communities. So that's going to be Friday, December 12th. So like I'm gonna stream at my normal time that day, but I'm not gonna play my normal scheduled game. I'm gonna play something else. I'm pretty sure I know what I'm gonna play, but I'm not gonna tell you yet. But just know that it is a retro game that I have played before, and it will not be a first playthrough. But there may be a little bit of a spin with it. And it's a game that everybody loves, so you can look forward to it. But just in case I change my mind or think of something else between now and then, I'm not going to tell you what it is just yet. But I'll probably formally announce that in the Discord in probably 2 weeks. I feel like it's a little bit too early to announce it next week. We'll see. Oh, also, speaking of things to be announced in Discord, that sub that Brack just sent in put us at 25. You can see the bar is full now, which means we've unlocked another point-and-click stream with the lady. And I mentioned this on Tuesday. Previously, in the past, when we would unlock these Sunday streams, we would do it the same week that it's unlocked. But I'm actually going to change that. And that works out well this week, especially because we're still recovering and trying to feel better. But the reason why I wanted to change it is because I felt like sometimes the bonus stream would get unlocked on like a Thursday or a Friday, and then I wouldn't have a lot of time to like get the word out that it was happening, and then it would happen the following Sunday, and then some people would find out next week that it happened and they missed it. So I'm gonna always do the unlocked bonus stream the following week that it's unlocked, so that I have a chance to announce it on a Monday update in Discord for anybody that wasn't in stream when it happened or following. And so that there's always like a full week of streams beforehand where I can remind people. So I'll post about it on Monday to tell people, hey, thank you. We unlocked another sub-goal stream. It's going to happen on Sunday, blah, blah, blah. For people who aren't in streams, and just check the Discord. And then I'll remind people on Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday next week. That way, every bonus stream is always kind of on like equal footing, I guess, with like how much promotion it gets. Because I can think of at least a few times where somebody was like, oh no, I didn't know that you were doing one. I love those, and I missed it. So I would hate for that to happen for like, you know, like obviously there's only so many people that come to a Backlog Boys stream, and I would hate for like one of those people that, you know, makes up 10 to 25% of the viewership to miss out on a stream that they want to see because they didn't know about it. So next Sunday, not this coming Sunday, but next Sunday, you can expect a point-and-click bonus stream with me and the lady. More Grim Fandango coming at ya. And I'm gonna have to go do something for the little guy really quick. Be right back. There we go. All right. His camera fell in and he was like, ooh. But he's supposed to be napping. And obviously, he's not supposed to ever have the camera. Okay. We were talking about the raid train thing. So yeah, that's way down the line. It's like 3 weeks away. But it is coming. And then I guess also I should say next week, a week from today is Thanksgiving. I won't be streaming on that day. So no stream next Thursday. Planning to stream on Tuesday and Friday. I'll let you know if anything changes. But won't be streaming on Thursday next week. We're not going anywhere, but just, you know, we're gonna take the day. Take the day. We'll be in the kitchen making ourselves a meal and, you know, being a family. So that will also be in the Discord update on Monday. I don't think I have anything else to talk about. I think that's everything. No stream next Thursday. Raid train in mid-December, December 12th on a Friday. I'm still sick, but hopefully almost done. Hopefully by the end of this weekend, man, I can be rid of this crap. I'm not going to make any promises to myself that I'm going to be good by tomorrow, but I don't know. I feel like I mostly have my brain back and my energy, so I do feel like I can actually play this game today, which I couldn't have said for myself on Tuesday. On Tuesday I didn't really have it. I was still pretty out of it on Tuesday, and I was able to do Mario just fine. But I think I can actually do some cognitive gymnastics today for Xenosaga. Yeah, I think that's it. And it's definitely time to launch the game. It's been over 30 minutes because I ran late getting started. So let's get into it. But we need to spin the wheel for Brack. We can't delay that. So let's kick the wheel out here. I just took a screenshot for no reason. Oh man, we're firing on all cylinders here. I do have the roaming mic though. Let me grab that. And I need to go hit the button on the wheel cam. And we're gonna let her rip one time for my best guy Brack. Okay, let's see. This is our first spin of the day. I forgot to erase the dumbbells from Tuesday. Ignore that. What are you hoping for, Brack? A snack? A sode? I'm hoping for not exercises personally, despite mostly feeling better. That might be a good skip. Brack's hoping for a soda. Wait, I gotta do 10 push-ups. All right. So be it. Well, the free weights are right here, so I might as well use them to protect my wrists. Let's get this over with. We'll get this off the screen. I'm gonna go right out there by Gobi's butt and crank out a set of 10. Just real quick, like. Excuse me, pup. Well, the floor is nice and warm here. What a warm dog you are. Can you see me? Yeah, you can see me. Kobe's like, what are you doing? All right. All right. That's okay. I got a yummy drink already, right? I got my weird tea. Okay. Let's play some Xenosaga. Shall we? I gotta get my notebook. My handy dandy. So it's been 2 weeks since we played this game. But luckily out of the last 5 streams of the game probably, only like 2 of them were story heavy. So there's not that much for me to try to dig up in my brain here. Slot 3 we're loading. I think it remembers, so. Yeah. On the old PM. Not the AM. But the PM. Proto Merkaba. Opening night for Wicked 2, wish me luck. Wait, are you in the production, Blishu? Or are you like an usher at a theater? I mean, surely if you were in the cast, you would have been long gone. Oh, the movie. Okay, got it. Right, Wicked 2. That's not a play. Just Wicked. Okay. Sick brain. You work at a movie theater. Gotcha. Well, have fun listening to a bunch of young girls and proud millennials screeching. A bunch of people who've never seen the movie before but know all of the songs. I've seen like the first 35 minutes of Wicked on a plane. All right, we're gonna go in here. We need our recap music. Any day you don't have to bring out the mop is a good day. Ooh, yeesh. I don't even want to know what you've had to mop up at that movie theater, bless you. I don't want to know. I know it's not just soda and butter that you've had to mop up. Okay. The last time we played this game was November 7th. That was 13 days ago. Not much happened that day. It was not a story-heavy day. We did get one cutscene, but the day before that was a big day. That was the day that I think that was the day that we defeated Albedo at the base of Song of Nephilim. Yes, and we saw the blue plague doctor guy. We found out that that's Virgil somehow from way early in the game. Major callback. A lot of lore got dumped that day. I'm not going to go back through all of it, but I am just going to kind of skim it for my sake. Yeah, we shut down Song of Nephilim. We tried to destroy it. Couldn't do it. Albedo was able to extract some information from Momo, but not all of it. But enough for him to be able to pull some stuff off. Sorry. And there's this weird phenomenon where all these people who aren't the party, like the SOCE and Helmer, seem to just have this like omniscient narrator POV of everything that's happening. Like there's just like surveillance everywhere because they're just like seeing everything that's happening even though they're not around. So the SOCE knows what's going on, where we're at. Helmer knows what's going on, where we're at. I don't really know how. I don't think the game's going to explain how they know. It's not really that important. But they're not there, but they're privy to everything that's going on one way or the other. And basically the thing that we're trying to prevent right now is all of the Zohar getting put into the same place. That's like the ultimate goal, is for all of the Zohar to come into contact with the Song of Nephilim now that it's inserted itself into its like assigned slot on Proto Merkaba. That's like the big ultimate, like, you know, Infinity Gauntlet moment that they're trying to go for right now. And Albedo, because of what he got out of Momo, he knows how to like drive Proto Merkaba, because Proto Merkaba is like this giant, like, planet-sized space station that also has, like, weapon systems and all kinds of stuff. Apparently it was all previously one apparatus, blah, 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 blah. There are no weird phenomena. Yeah, everything makes total sense in Xenosaga. Everything is explained. Everything has a reason. There's no coincidences. How's it going, Mutt? How are you, dude? Oh yeah, and then Albedo says he's going to attack Second Miltia, the capital specifically, which is where, like, it's like the hub of government for the whole known universe. That's where Helmer is. So we're trying to stop him from doing that as well. And we have to go into Proto Merkaba, which is where we are now, the old PM. And we have to shut down its, like, main reactor to try to just debilitate it, because we can't destroy it from outside. And then, you know, we kind of learn about, like, the cover-up history of Proto Merkaba. At some point, somebody said that we kicked that thing into a double black hole. It's not coming back. But apparently they lied. So we'd love to know, like, who said that, and were they misled, or did they have a reason to hide that information for later? We got some good stuff out of the database about Junior and Albedo and Geignan and their relationship to each other as URTVs. We learned a little bit more about Udu. And then into actually the last time that we streamed, Junior is, like, very personally invested in everything that's going on. He's like, this is all my fault. This is my battle. I'm going to do this on my own. You know, he's doing that classic, stupid solo hero thing. And then everybody's, like, you know, being anime and saying that they're going to go with him. Because of course they are. There's no external security at Proto Merkaba because it's a manufacturing facility. But there will be security inside. And we know that reinforcements from Second Miltia have, like, been called upon and are, like, on their way to where we are, but they won't be here in time for us to, like, utilize them, basically. So we have to just go in. We can't wait for them, because otherwise Albedo will just destroy Second Miltia. And then, yeah, we go in. Geignan has a little conversation with Junior and is like, hey, don't get tricked by Albedo again. He's trying to, like, rile you up. Don't let him provoke you again. And then we just started working our way through this dungeon. It's very long. It's very tall. It's very Shinra building-esque. It's got, like, the numbered floors. And we had to, like, go up one side and then cross over and then go back down to, like, get some of the items and extra stuff that we saw along the way. And then we fought a boss at the bottom that was very scary. We almost didn't make it, but we did get it on the first try, which was very good because I was, like, at the end, I was, like, in extra innings trying to beat this boss to get to a save point. And then after we beat the boss, I had to, like, backtrack through random encounters and stuff to get back to a save point, but we're all safe now. We're good. No progress was lost. Very thankful. And I think where we're at, I didn't leave a note for myself on, like, what I'm actually doing right now, but I think we're just going to backtrack to that spot and then keep going. I don't remember exactly where we are in Proto Merkaba, but there's new territory waiting for us somewhere. And we found this galactic map at some point. It was a very Treasure Planet moment. And there's this, like, dark spot in the center of the observable universe, or observable space. And we believe we suspect that that is likely Lost Jerusalem, which is, like, it seems like the implications that Lost Jerusalem is, like, the Jerusalem that you and I know. It's like Earth, like the old universe that's, like, lost to time and history, like what we saw at the beginning of the game. I'm assuming that that's what that's referring to. I don't know if we've been given any information to confirm or corroborate that, but okay, today is November 20th, And this is day 19 with this game. Which, if there's any other trends that we can go on, even just disregarding the context clues that the game is giving me, 19 is a lot of streams and is usually about around the end of the game for most of the RPGs that I play on stream. So we have further evidence that we're getting pretty close to the end of this one. I have a sneaking suspicion that this could be the last dungeon of the game, but I also kind of got that vibe from the last dungeon. So I'm not putting a ton of stock in that theory, but I'm also not expecting this game to end in a super final way. You know, it could end in a very anticlimactic disc change kind of way, because there's 2 more. And at this point in time, there was planned to be a lot more than that, so. But yeah, I mean, it could end up, like, Dragon Quest 3-ing me and just completely throwing me for a loop. And we're like, you know, just starting to be at the beginning of the game. Jesus is Momo's father. That would be the wildest twist. Yeah, Joachim Mizrahi is some like weird like anagram of like a obscure name for the Christ. That would be the most Takahashi thing ever. Oh, this is the room. This is the room where we saw... Oh no, this isn't the Galactic map. This is a map of Proto Merkaba. Insert roundabout by Yes. That would be the best, Sen. I'm a huge fan of Yes. 20 more dungeons with last dungeon vibes. Yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen, bless you. Also, your message got grabbed just because of the kappa. Don't worry about it. But that's why. Okay, so I backtracked here to save, but this isn't actually where I need to go. I think we've cleared all this out before. This was the red door that we unlocked. I just need to kind of regain my bearings here. You like how Cosmos stole the capital letters from Chaos's name. Is that the lore that we're going with, SNES? Welcome in, dude. How are you? She's got a monopoly on capital letters. Yeah, the cap got you again. That's right. I can't remember if I want to go down or up here. I think I want to go down. Pretty sure I want to go down. Actually, I want to look at my segment file really quick. Because we're really getting down to it here. There's only one red door that we haven't found. I feel like that also makes a strong case for this being the last dungeon. But the fact that we're missing 3 keys definitely concerns me about the mini games. We took a closer look at the mini games last time we played, and we can say with confidence that one of the 4 mini games definitely doesn't have a key, but there are still 3 other mini games, and they could potentially have a key each, which would really suck. I think it's also possible that one of the mini games could have 3 keys. I think that's a little overkill. I think it's less likely than each game having 1. And I think it's also less likely than the fact that we might have just missed a key or 2 somewhere along the way. I'm not trying to 100% this game, but I would like to complete the segment file. It would be nice. But, you know, if I have to, like, defeat some completely unreasonable, gimmicky super boss to do that, or if I have to, you know, play the drill minigame like a TAS, you know, Probably not going to do it. But if it's reasonably doable, I would like to do it. I think it would be very satisfying to complete. And the items have all been really, really good. There haven't really been any stinkers with the segment file. There have been a couple where it's like, oh, this would have been better if we got it earlier. But pretty much every single one has been like a valuable accessory. Or like a very, very rare consumable. Okay, maybe we do have to go back up. I need this guy to move to the left. But he does not want to move to the left. But yeah, I feel like there's either one more red door. Oh, dang it. There's either one more red door in this place, or maybe there's one more unique area in the game where we're going to find that last red door. Dang it. All right, good luck, bless you. I hope something about it ends up being fun in an unexpected way, and that either it's a good time or it goes by quickly and that it's all smooth. Hopefully your corporate overlords properly prepared you and your fellow prisoners for what you're going to endure tonight. And thank you for watching VODs. Bless you for watching VODs. We're gonna get hit with an ad soon here. I love that I get this little stun thing, but I can't actually... Alright, I'm just gonna go ahead and run the ad after this battle, I guess. I know we're kind of like just getting started, but we are right on the hour, and I'd like to keep to it, so we'll go ahead and do it. You're gonna see Smash Bros during the break if you're not behind ads. It's currently Samus versus Ness. Ness is ahead 4-0. Absolutely trouncing Samus. It's not looking good for the bounty hunter. And I'll see you on the other side of it. I'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks for being here, folks.
This game's winner is Ness.
All right, Ness is continuing his devastating run here. Coming up on the clean sweep. He's up 5-0. One more will clinch the matchup. But still 6 more rounds to go overall. Ness has just broken the tie and moved into 4th place over Mario. Big news. Big news there. Mario will have a lot of chances to claw it back. He's got a lot more matchups to go. But a lot of them are tough ones. So that'll be interesting to see if Ness kind of makes a run at the top here as we get into the back couple of matchups. Not too many left to go. Let's see here. 6 more rounds of Samus versus Ness. Then we've got Captain Falcon versus Fox. That's going to be a spicy one. Our number 1 and our number 2 seed duking it out. That'll be very, very cool. If anybody has a chance to end Fox's undefeated streak, it's probably Captain Falcon. Well, actually, Captain Falcon currently got bumped out of 2nd place into 3rd. Link is actually sitting in 2nd place right now, believe it or not. Nestling his way up. Love that. Thank you, Gad. That's good. That's very good. But depending on how it goes with Fox, Captain Falcon definitely has a chance to get back into 2nd place. He's only 2/10 of a point behind Fox in 1st place, actually. They both have 3 matchups to go. One of them is against each other. But their remaining matchups are pretty even. They both have like 2 challenging ones and 1 easy one. So it's gonna be tight. And Captain Falcon's technically tied with Link for his average score. They're both sitting at 7.6, but Link is currently edging him out and breaking the tie and going into 2nd place just because he has more overall points because he has done all of his matchups already. So Captain Falcon could easily get that back after these 3 matchups, even if he didn't improve his score or his average score, just by the virtue of catching up. Like if he were to end up with the same score, but a slightly higher average, or the same average but a slightly higher score, he would take 2nd place back. So we'll see what happens there. Also, Link is currently the overall high scorer. Again, because he's completed all of his matchups. Fox and Captain Falcon still have 3 more matchups to go, like I said. So their total scores are significantly lower, but their average score is slightly higher, or the same in Captain Falcon's case. Anyways, that's enough sports, Smash Sports. ESPN, the S stands for Smash. Back to Xenosaga. We are going up. We're going up. I thought our goal was to go to the bottom, but maybe that was just the goal they gave us at the beginning because that was how we got to the boss thing. I remember this room. This is the room where I was able to go out to the center. Whatever. These guys are so annoying. I'm not going to fight them. So it's just annoying to have to run over and over and over, even though we can run for free. Crap. Okay. Well, we're going to get hit a bunch of times before I get to run here. I accidentally pressed triangle because my brain is thinking menu. But X is menu when you're in the battle. It's kind of funky. Dee-do-beep-ba. Okay, let's slip back down this way. I feel like this is where new territory is. This is the way that we went to get to that boss. This big chonky purple guy.
Do you really think this is a good idea?
I can't remember if this was the guy that was easy to fight or really annoying to fight. But we're gonna run either way. Alright, and then we went down this way. And there's like this one-way massive jump. Huh. Such a funny jump. I don't know why Xion jumps like that. And then we can't go this way. And this is the way that we went after we defeated the boss, that eventually wrapped back around and went up. But I think there was new territory this way. Or there has to be. I just don't remember which way to go. So hopefully by just traveling the same direction, we'll find what we're supposed to find. After we burn like 19 escape packs.
Target locked on. Commencing combat.
Oh, okay, we can guard here and at least save an escape pack. If Xion's fast enough, we can use this spell instead. It doesn't cost us a consumable. Which is nice. Oh, I mentioned this on Tuesday, but some of y'all probably weren't here. I finally got kind of like back in the groove with restarting. Not restarting, but like starting back up. I don't know how to say it properly. Oh, this is the galactic map room. Okay. I don't think there's another path out of this room, actually. I think it's just a circle. I started playing Bravely Second again. That's what I'm trying to say. Oh, we can go down here. Okay, maybe that's what we're looking for. And it's been really nice. I was playing it really consistently late last year. And then the little guy was born, and I was like continuing the playthrough in like a very cozy way the first couple of months that he was here. But then after he was like a couple months old, I had to like put it down because like the schedule changed and I didn't have like a good like specific set time to play off-stream games anymore. And I still don't have that. I'm still trying to work my way towards having like a good like off-stream game time that's like really consistent. It's something that I've been missing, but it's obviously pretty low. Oh, yes. Okay, this is it. So this was the way that we went to get back to the rest of the area to go and save. But we haven't been this way yet, and we haven't been to this door in the back either. I'm gonna go down here first, because I don't think there's a door down here. But yeah, very, very happy to be playing Bravely Second again after a very, very long break. I really, really like that game. I love the way that it plays. The way that the plot plays out and unfolds is really, really fun. Oh my god, it's the last red door. Number 6. Okay, we have found every red door in the game, folks. I feel like that really, really solidifies that this is probably the last dungeon. There could be another area in the game that's like kind of a ceremonial type area that's not really a dungeon, but that would still mean that this is the last dungeon. What does a trauma plate do? Sounds like an accessory. Prevents critical hits. Wow. Okay, critical hits are actually pretty common in this game compared to some others, and they're very dangerous as well. It can be really nice to predict for or against. So that's actually a really good accessory to get, and could be a very important like fight swing, depending on what we're up against. I can't imagine the grind that you would have to do though to like get all of the like passive skills and everything in this game. It would just take so long. And I don't think this is like .hack where like your save file carries over. I'm pretty sure nothing is going to carry over from this game to the second game. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Don't tell me. But I'm not expecting any of my like progress to like, and like my investments into like the skill tree and stuff to like carry over. I'm assuming that it's all going to be locked to this game. But maybe not. Maybe that's the whole point. But it doesn't seem like you'd be able to start off the second game with a bunch of like really stupid powerful passive abilities and, you know, like money and all that kind of stuff. It just doesn't seem like how they're gonna do it. Oh god, a new enemy. This looks really bad. Really scary. 2 swords, and then it has weird like hands. Oh, the staircase is damaged. Okay, maybe we can sneak by it. That's probably what this is here for. Nice, very nice. Oh, you can't get me here. Okay, interesting. Does this open? Oh, it does. Interesting. Okay. You can't catch me. Oh, but you're gonna see me for sure. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see what this thing is. It's probably like a worse version of the red one.
Let's go.
Armoros. It's a Gnosis type. Yeah, I'm just gonna run. I don't care. There's no bestiary in this game. Unlike Bravely Second, which has an absurd bestiary. The way that the bestiary works, they like the thing about the Bravely series games, especially Bravely Second and Bravely Default. I haven't played Bravely Default 2 yet, so I don't know if it does this, but it probably does. Octopath doesn't do this though. So we can use this elevator, or we can go in that door. I don't know what I should do first here. Basically everything in the game has like a checkboxy quality of life completionist aspect added to it to like gamify everything, including the bestiary. So like normally in an RPG, once you encounter an enemy, or maybe you have to defeat the enemy rather than just encounter it, it gets added to the bestiary, and then you can look at it and, you know, see how much HP it has, what can it drop, what's it weak against, what's it resistant to, that kind of thing. Almost every single RPG that I've ever played that has a bestiary, that's usually pretty much how it works. But not in Bravely Second. In Bravely Second, when you encounter an enemy, you get like a piece of the bestiary entry, and you have to encounter and you have to defeat enemies in order to add them, not just encounter them. You can't like see them and then run away. You have to encounter them, defeat them, sometimes like a dozen plus times to get the full bestiary entry. And there's like lore for every single enemy. You'll get to see like concept art, and then like your characters are like writing in a journal in like, that's the context of you getting the background lore on the enemies, is like oh, we just saw that, we just observed this enemy doing this specific attack. Watch out for this one, you know, that kind of thing. And then like once you finally complete the entry, you can see like their full stats and like their resistances and everything like that. And it's really intense if you're trying to like complete everything, which I am. Okay, this is gonna be save slot number 4. And we'll call this Proto-Merkaba Elevator Silver Guys. That's a really dumb thing to write for like future me, but for right now, medium term memory me, that's going to be helpful. Are these actually doors? No. This, to me, with the save point, feels more like the path forward, so I'm actually going to go back up and go into that other door. If that ends up being the plot path, we can reset and go back this way. But I'm assuming this is going to be the plot path, based on the save point. It would be huge if we were to find one more segment file key here. That would be extremely informative. Ah, dang it. Started raining outside, so Nima's in the closet. Gobi's taking a nap. It's not like super raining, it's kind of just like wet out. But it's supposed to do that all night. Which sucks for me. It actually might help with my allergies a little bit, but probably not. No, the reason it sucks for me is because I have an art project that I want to do, and I need the weather to be like warm and dry in order for me to do it. Because it's something where I need to be like out in like the ventilated garage, and there will be like fumes, and I'll be using certain products that need low moisture, not cold conditions. And the weather here has been perfect otherwise. It's been like perfect weather here since we got back. Just like low to mid 70s, sunny. Just amazing. Exactly what I would want for any time of the year. Oh, we are getting a cutscene here. Well, not a cutscene, but a scene. This is the room where I was born. Whoa, okay. What? This is where you were... Okay, maybe now we're getting a cutscene? It looks like an old-timey slideshow machine.
Never told me what this facility actually was responsible for during the Miltian conflict. But I think I know. When I was born, Daddy died. That vision was true. And what happened afterwards was... It's just like Mommy said. This is an abominable machine. A lot of people died because of my birth. Does that mean I'm an abomination as well? Just like Daddy? Momo.
No! No parent could ever say that.
Shion?
Even though you're a Realian, you're still their child, right? No parent would ever think of their own child as abominations. Surely, there can't be any.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Why did it kick me out of that room? Just really quickly writing something down here. She alluded to kind of like the idea that she knows what this place's purpose might be. So let me write that. Hold on. She alludes to understanding the facility's true function, but doesn't elaborate. We see a vision of a giant gnosis, cathedral, question mark, emerging as she says this. I just want to remember that for later, because I feel like we're on the cusp of learning like what the origin of the gnosis is, or like the true nature of gnosis. You know, like, oh, they're some kind of like created, contrived being, or they are a consequence of some, you know, like they came into being because of some other thing that happened, you know, like some kind of like symbiotic relationship with like the Zohar that they're kind of setting up, or something else. So it seemed like maybe she was going for something like that, like the, you know, because she was made, she was saying that because she was born, all these other people have been subjected to like great suffering, you know. And I'm assuming she doesn't just mean that her perceived father died. She means like potentially that the Gnosis were created and like, you know, exacted all of this like vengeance, targeted vengeance on people. And so she feels responsible for that because it was a result of her creation or something. There's like a lot of dots that are like co-located, and they all definitely have lines to like be drawn between them, but we just don't know exactly which ones go which direction, you know? It's like when you're doing a connect the dots and there's like a big clump of them right in the middle. We're very close. We're very close. It's kind of wild that that scene is missable. We could have just walked by that room and never saw that scene. There's been a couple scenes like that in this game, though. I think it's too low value here for me to use a biosphere. Well, actually, no, it's not, because a lot of people are missing like really, really low values. So I think it actually does make sense for me to use a biosphere here. It might be completely unnecessary because we're probably just going into another leg of the dungeon here. I don't think this is going to be like a battle or anything, but it might be. It feels like a long time ago because it was 2 weeks ago, but like in the context of the game, we just did a boss battle, so I don't think we're going to be heading into another one for a little bit. But who knows? Who knows? Could be walking into another cutscene, though. So we'll call this save same spot after Momo scene. Momo is so VV coded. There's so many similarities between Momo and Vivi. There are these like childlike, innocent characters that are like very like universally likable, and you want to protect them and be kind of like, you know, maternal or paternal towards. They both are like exploring the origins of their existence, and they both have this like guilt associated with their existence. Momo definitely a little bit more so. Well, what is this, like, verticality? This is... Oh, I thought this was like a hole in the floor, but it was just kind of a optical illusion. Somebody did one of those, like, chalk drawings on the floor. Okay, so I can't walk past this. Oh, this is a Metal Gear Solid elevator! Or, actually, I think there's elevators like this in Xenogears, too, so that makes sense. One of them diagonal joints. Why do we only see these in video games? What is with these diagonal elevators? Why are they always in, like, sci-fi video games? Oh, I knew it. I freaking knew it. Are you just gonna stand there the whole time? Oh, okay. Can I run from this fight? I can't run from this fight. Okay. So they're gonna make me fight this thing. Let's see. There's 3 of them, so I don't think it's really worth my time to try to do these like down dex, down force type of deal. I think I need to just go. Try to get some damage happening, get some AoEs happening. Hopefully we'll do pretty good damage here. Oh, there's 2 of them. Okay, 2 is better than 3. So yeah, we're just gonna start charging up Chaos and Cosmos, and we'll have Xion on healing duty, just our kind of typical Gambit. He's increasing his attack power. We could go for a boost here on turn 1, since we don't need to... We probably should go for an Analyze, though. It's probably the smarter play. No weakness. Okay. This guy looks like a legendary Pokemon design that they would release that would make a bunch of people like get triggered and start their like discourse about like how the designs are too complicated and they need to stop. That's what this thing makes me think of. It makes me think of like a Gen 7 Ultra Beast. After I finish my Gen 5 challenge run, I'm probably going to do the Gen 5 sequels as a casual run. But after that, I might go back and finally finish Gen 7. Because I'm doing like Discord challenge runs with friends for like through all the generations, and I'm currently doing one for Generation 5. And I've technically never finished a casual playthrough of Gen 7, and I would hate to get to the point where it's time to do the challenge run for Gen 7 and still have not done a casual playthrough. I wouldn't want my first casual completion of the game to be a challenge run. And I also wouldn't want to do it back to back. So it's probably a good idea for me to do the casual Gen 7 playthrough, then the Gen 6 challenge run, and then the Gen 7 challenge run. Alright, so far these guys are not scary at all, actually. They're like far less annoying than the red ones. but they could be hiding something in the back pocket. We'll just do a small heal for Cosmos here. Keep it a $1.50, as they say. Yeah, definitely a good thing that I did that. Okay, let's do another tummy beam. This will put them both in kill range. We can boost in. Love to see that 600. That's so nice. Okay, don't die, Cosmos, please. Alright, so we need to charge up here, and then we need her to... I guess she's going to have to burn a turn to heal, because she's so low. And then we'll just have to stick this out for another turn. Hopefully a medium is enough. It might not be. She might end up dying, which is really annoying. Well, we should be okay with the double up here. As long as she doesn't get hit by both of them, she should be okay. Alright, cool. Attacking Chaos, that's what we want to see. And then one more little chip shot here. It's weird how we're kind of getting prevented from using this boost point that she has. Okay, this should be enough to do it, the double angel blow right here. I forgot to look how much it did last time. But this should do it. It's going to be tight. It's going to be tight. But I think we got it. Oh yeah, we got it. We got it. Alright, I'm guessing that's not the only battle that we're going to have to do on this elevator. If I've ever played a video game. So let me mash into the menu here and heal up, because we're probably going to have another one of those. Well, actually, we'll do a Momo heal. Momo is our out of battle healing goat. Okay. Okay, let's try to think of all the games that have these elevators. At least, what is that monstrosity? Oh my god, it looks awful. Definitely Metal Gear Solid. I can't remember which Metal Gear Solid games have these. Oh, we got two of these things and some weirdo in the back. Barakajal. What a name. You gotta love just a rogue Q in a name with no U to follow. It's like, no, we couldn't make that a K. Oh, it's a Healy guy. Alright. This is gonna be super annoying. So we have to kill these things in order to get to the healer. And the healer is gonna just spam healing them. Awesome. Let's go for a boost here on Cosmos. Cosmos is going to do the most damage. We might want to switch the Double Buster to Cosmos for a little bit, actually. I should probably focus on the same one instead of spreading the damage out because of the healing. So that's what we'll do. Nice miss. Love to see that. He's increasing his speed. That's not good. Alright, tummy beam time. Nice crit. Oh, you know what? That accessory that we just got that prevents criticals, I wonder if it's a two-way thing where, like, you can't get hit by crits, but you also can't inflict crits. That would be an unfortunate double-edged sword. We should probably heal Cosmos here. Rather than go for the aggressive boost. We'll get our double angel blow here. Maybe we can get some crits. That would be nice. No crit. Oh, at least we hit the guy in the back. Get started on him. That's kind of nice. Ooh, there's one crit. Nice. Take it. Oof. Owie. Doubling up on chaos. That's not good. It's a little risky for me to not heal chaos here. Especially with this just being like a chip shot charge turn. That's not even setting me up for kill range. So yeah, I think I gotta just heal him here. We gotta go for the long play. Here. He's gonna heal. Oh, he's healing the one that wasn't missing any HP. That's actually fantastic. Oh no, wait, he was missing some. That's fine. He's healing the one that's got more HP. I'll still take that. And then I'll just go ahead and do Medica All here instead of the low one. That's decent value. This way we get more of a heal on Chaos, and we can also top off Cosmos. It's worth it. Okay, cool. Nice defend. Okay, he's boosting in. This is just a chip shot. He's healing. Okay, as long as he keeps healing that guy, that's great. Because he's healing so much. That was actually really low value for him. He's raising his attack. That's really scary. Especially because he's going to be around for a while. We've almost got one of these guys gone, though, so please don't heal the little guy. Okay, he's healing himself. That's great. Don't care. As long as he doesn't heal that guy, because we've almost got him licked. We're going to get double angel blow after this. We don't really need to heal, so I could go for a boost. It's probably a good idea. Cosmos isn't on the board right here, so I can put that in right away. Love that. And this will be a tummy beam. This actually might be enough to take this guy out right away. Yeah, he's dead. He's dead for sure. With plenty of headroom. Man, that... I finished this tea, and I, like, immediately want another one. Just hitting so good. Okay, boost back in again. That's fine. He was already at, like, full health. Don't care. I still can't attack the guy in the back, though, so we gotta get rid of this guy. Plus, he's got his attack boosted, so... Okay, double angel blow. Give me some crits. This will also give Chaos a boost point, which is good. Oh man, I've been reading more of the Impact of Iwata book. Got through a decent amount of that on the trip. It's so good, man. Like I didn't think that my like admiration for Iwata could go any higher, but it's gone up so much more as I continue to read this book. That man did so many incredible things for us that we don't even realize. It's kind of like, you know, like, I feel like usually when you hear about somebody having this kind of like larger than life impact, it's like overinflated. Or like, you know, you kind of, it's like, oh, well, actually, you know, that was kind of like a bit of a legend or kind of a myth. Like he kind of just, he did this one thing and it helped pave the way for this other thing, but it was a collective effort, you know, and they weren't really this like larger than life figure that, you know, created this like massive ripple effect or whatever. But that is not the picture that this book is painting. This book is like, no, actually he is that legendary guy that you've heard about, but also this, and also this, and also this, and also this that you didn't know about. And it's just like, wow. So just like thinking about like all these things that wouldn't exist and wouldn't have happened if this guy didn't exist, or like went into a different career path, that was like more traditionally acceptable at the time, it's just kind of like staggering to think about. It's like really, really easy to like land on some very hyperbolic thoughts. Like, wow, like I might not, you know, like we might not be like having this conversation right now, or, you know, like Nintendo might not be a company, you know, like really, really hyperbolic statements like that are kind of easy to land on after you read some of this stuff. Like Nintendo might not have made it through the 2000s or the 2010s. I haven't even gotten to the 2010s part of the book yet. I'm in the 2000s right now. I think the next chapter that I'm reading is like the DS Wii chapter, where it's probably just going to really start to go off. The first half of the book is a lot of stuff that like I didn't know, and a little bit of like debunking, which has been cool. It lays to rest and debunks a lot of the stuff about Pokemon Gold and Silver, which is really nice to see. Oh, the book is called The Impact of Iwata. Hot dog. There's another book called Iwata Asks, which is like a little bit more of like an autobiography. I think it's still technically a biography. But there's another one that's more of like a biopic style of biography. It's almost like a documentary in book form, because there's like a main voice that's the writer of the book, but there's all these like other like accounts and stories and stuff that are like added in, so it kind of feels more like a documentary almost in book form. I don't need to really boost or heal here, so we're kind of just chilling on this turn. I don't really know what to do. Maybe I'll just top off Shion's Ether. You have the Iwata Asks book. Yeah, I should probably read that one too. But yeah, it's really good. Oh, I was going to talk about the Pokemon Gen 2 stuff. Like a lot of there's a very, very commonly parroted legend that Satoru Iwata is the reason why the Kanto region is in the Generation 2 games, and that he like came in like late in the development cycle and did so much to clean up the code and like compress the code of Gold and Silver that they had like all this extra room to add the Generation 1 region into the game as like a post game. But that's actually not true. He did come in and do a bunch of amazing things for Generation 2. But that wasn't part of it. The reason why Generation 1 is in the Gen 2 games is because the cartridge, like the chip, like the ROM chip for Gold and Silver versus Red and Blue and Yellow is like triple the size. Is like a way bigger cartridge. So they just literally had more space than they did the first time around. So that was kind of like always on the table, or it was on the table very early on that they wanted to do that. And he wasn't a part of that aspect of it. So it's really nice how the book kind of like really like granularly in like an itemized way kind of goes through all the different things that he did in fact do to help Gold and Silver. Because it's like a very nuanced thing. Because if somebody comes out and is like, oh well, he didn't actually do the thing for Gold and Silver that allowed them to get the Gen 1 region in there. Somebody like some Iwata fan or Iwata defender might take that as like slander and like, oh, you don't like Iwata and you're being mean by saying that. And you need to like clarify. It's like, well, no, he did do a lot to impact this game's development, but we need to like split hairs here and like very specifically clarify like what he did and did not do, just in like pursuance of accuracy and truth, which a lot of people are very like treat as very suspect behavior nowadays, which is unfortunate. Like they just immediately assume that you're like being negative, or that you're like lying to try to like disprove something that they see as positive. And it's like, no. That's not what's happening here. Stop doing that. I'm not even going to bother topping off. We're fine. But it's already fallen out of my brain what he actually did for... oh, this looks like a boss. It's already fallen out of my brain what he actually did for Gold and Silver. It was like a laundry list of small things. Azazel. This kind of looks like a boss. Maybe it's not, though. We just haven't seen it before. Ow. Okay, it's boosting a whole lot. That feels bossy and gimmicky. Let me scan this thing. Maybe we can learn something useful. 320 damage is obviously nothing to sneeze at either. No weakness. Okay. So it's using fire stuff. Oh, that's really bad. 300 AoE is really bad. Okay, we definitely got to do Healing Dew here. You hate elevators in JRPGs? It's a classic trope, isn't it? But yeah, the like multi-fight gauntlet with no save point in between kind of thing, it can be pretty rough sometimes. There's one of these in Chrono Trigger. It's not the diagonal elevator. But there is an elevator. I believe it's in Ocean Palace. It's been a while since I played Chrono Trigger, so I don't know. Okay, we need to heal again. Hopefully this is enough. Actually, no, we should just do the y'all. Yeah, this is worth it. You just beat Chrono Trigger this morning. Oh, God. And you forgot about the elevator? Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember the details well enough to remember if it was like an especially annoying one, but I definitely remember that there is one. Okay, we should probably do like a dex down on this guy. And then probably a down ether after that. That seems like a really good idea. Because this guy's using ether attacks every turn. He's doing a lot of damage. Hopefully Xion doesn't get killed here. Oh, nice. We get to heal. All right, we'll do the low heal this time. Oh, it was a Chrono Trigger ROM hack. Increased difficulty. Oh, wow. Oh, it has a drain ability as well? Yeah, this thing is a boss for sure. This thing has all kinds of boss behaviors. Okay, let's do a down ether. And then we'll item heal Xion. Yeah, we gotta do it. We gotta do it. She should be well out of kill range now that he's got down ether. I'm assuming it hit. Maybe it didn't. And then we'll have her double up here. Need specific boss themes? Yeah, that's true. There's no boss theme in this game. I didn't even realize that until you said that, Sen. Okay, down ether apparently didn't work. He's still doing the same amount of damage. That's unfortunate. Actually, S-Chain might be worth it. Maybe this will work. This also can status Gnosis type enemies. Oh, doesn't look like it worked. Kind of want to just go for damage here. Might regret it. We'll see. Obviously, the fact that I just didn't notice at all, I don't have a problem with it. I definitely wouldn't say that I hate that there's no boss theme. Doesn't really bother me at all. It is interesting, though. The music for this game must have just been made really, really late in the cycle. Or, like, this game's release was rolled up at some point to be way earlier. Like, they changed the release window or something. And they, like, had just started the music, or they weren't done. Because I mean, it's Mitsuda. He doesn't miss. The music that's in the game is great, but there's just, it definitely feels like there was probably supposed to be more of it. Like, I know that there is like, oh, they wanted to like add to the atmosphere of like Alone in Space and like the silent hum of the machinery or whatever. But like, I don't know, man. I think, like, sure, I'll grant you that, but it's still, in spite of that, feels like there was supposed to be more music in the game than there is. Like, there's a lot of silent sections in Xenogears too, but it's not predominant. I think I gotta go Healing Dew here. That sounds like a Redditor's cope. My take? That there was supposed to be more music? I don't think so. But you can think that if you want to. I kind of want to boost here, because this is just like a damage check fight. The other thing that I said? What was the other thing that I said? Oh, about like them trying to accentuate the isolation and atmosphere. I feel like that's been said enough times to where I think that's actually like confirmed, but maybe it's not confirmed. Maybe they never said that, and it's just like a commonly purported thing, like the Generation 2 Iwata legend. It's just like a Occam's razor type explanation that people are really easy to accept. I don't know what I want to do with this turn here. I don't know if I want to heal or if I want to boost. I guess I'll heal. We're about to get hit with another ad, and I need a snack. So that times out well. I also need to feed the puppies. So, once I get control back here, I will take that. All right. I'm going to go ahead and run the ad. You're not going to miss any gameplay. I'll be back in about 5 minutes probably. Thanks for being here.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go!
Keep it fire! 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 Keep it Keep it fire! Yeah! Keep it fire!
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, time up! This game's winner is... Ness!
All right, Ness completes the sweep here, 6-0, skunking Samus. He really seems to have her number. So that clinches the matchup for Ness, but there's still 5 more rounds to go. So he's just pushing his way further up. He's miles away from the top 3. Even though he's in 4th place, but he's almost a full point away from Captain Falcon and Link. So even if he was to go 11-0 here, he would still only be at 7.2 against their 7.6. But still a really strong showing for Ness either way. If he does get that full 11 point score to push himself up into the 7s, he definitely has a shot. He's got one more matchup left. It's going to be against Pikachu. Pikachu's kind of been our wild card. Who knows how that'll go. All right. By the way, if you want to pick a character to fight, you can do so with 1,000 channel points. It's going to be quite a ways into the future. You'd be choosing an opponent for Mario in matchup number 57. Your two options are Yoshi and Pikachu. Mario has a couple other matchups yet to go, but just for the sake of variety and for ease, I'm going to limit you to those two options for that particular matchup. So Yoshi or Pikachu, you can choose as an opponent for Mario in matchup number 57. All right, let's get back to this boss fight. Let's see here. He just boosted in. I think I got to take my tummy beam here. Everybody should be out of kill range. So none of my status effect stuff works on this guy, further solidifying that it's a boss. Is Samus losing because I've never finished a Metroid game? Am I responsible? Can I use this power for evil? Now there's a question that I can hear Shane asking themselves. Are you vastly overestimating your influence on the universe? I can go ahead and answer that one for you. Yes. Yo, Zion, how's it going? Nice to see ya. How you doing? We need an AoE heal here, but we can get it from Chaos, so we'll just take a chip shot here to charge up for next time. And he's boosting in. Please don't do AoE again. It's going. Looking for the energy to cook dinner? Oh god, that is a rough spot to be in. I found myself in that position most days. Of course, he does the exact same thing that I ask him not to do. I found myself in that position almost every single day in like my early to mid 20s, and that was how I got onto the meal prep train, and I've never looked back. I started doing meal prep when I was like 24, maybe 23. And I've never not done meal prep since, because it's been the only way that I don't just like eat irregularly or eat poorly. It's literally the only thing that works for me to avoid being in that situation. Because yeah, when I get hungry, like, it's bad. Like I just become like very non-functional when like my blood sugar gets low, and I get like extremely irritable and like tunnel visioned. Not like actually tunnel visioned, but you know, figuratively. I've just got to lay into this thing. I should probably heal again. Probably should have done a W item heal there, but I'm just going to lay into him. You're not you when you're hungry. Yeah, exactly. That commercial is talking about me. Snickers sees me, okay? You wish you could meal prep. You're a slave to your cravings and they change daily. Okay. Yeah, that does make it difficult. And I think it's a very valid concern. It's definitely what kept the lady away from meal prep, I think, for as long as it did. Because she likes to eat different things. She likes a lot of variety in what she eats, but she's finally gotten to a point where she can like eat the same thing in a row for a couple of days and then switch to something else. I ate the same thing every single day for like 10 years, and I only rotated it like a couple of times. Like probably 5 times over the course of those 10 or so years when I'd be like, oh, let's change it up a little bit and do a different one. You know, I would make 2 different things, and so one would be for one meal and one would be for the other. But those same things I would eat every single day, and I didn't have any issue with it. It was very rare that I would get sick of it. And even if I did get sick of it, like, I could take like a week off and be fine. Like, oh, I'm just gonna float for a week and like give myself a break and, you know, eat junk or eat whatever I want or whatever, eat random, and then get back on it. I think I gotta heal here. It's a good opportunity. Because he might do AoE next turn. And then boost. And I'd have my pants down after that. Plus we got a boost here, so this is good. Okay. We're charging up. We're almost done with this thing. Like 2 more good turns. Oh, he's doing EP times 2 on himself. That's very scary. Which means his ether is going to do double damage. It's going to cost him twice as much, but I'm assuming that doesn't really mean anything considering he's a boss and he probably doesn't actually have ether points. Let's do a boost here. I think this is the strategic play, is to go for chaos. But yeah, we do meal prep every single week. And it's always something different. We do it twice a week. And so we have 2 different things that we're eating for like 4 days in a row. And then rotate. So if you can manage something like that, it's definitely the way to go. But I understand that doesn't work for everybody. Cravings are scary as well. Okay, he's boosting in. We've got 2 boosts after this. So as long as he doesn't just like completely wipe us with this next attack, we should have him on the next turn. But we could be in trouble here if this is an AoE fire spell. Okay, it's enough to take out... okay, how do we want to do this? He's like really close to kill range and we want to just get rid of him. But he's also super powerful right now. So there is a world where we potentially finish this battle without Xion. Okay, I'm going to charge with Cosmos, and I'm going to revive with Chaos. And then I just have to hope... I have to just hope that he doesn't attack Xion. I'm assuming it's a 1 in 3. Oh, maybe we can just get the kill right here. Okay, this is great. I wasn't expecting to get to go like this. Oh yeah, I think we got him. For sure. You enjoy cooking yourself, so you never got into meal prep. Because you have no issue with eating the same thing all week. Or wait, while I have no issue with eating the same thing all week, you would miss cooking random meals when you get hungry. Oh, well, you're very fortunate, Shane. You are definitely in the minority there. It is very hard to motivate yourself. I think for most people, it's very hard to motivate yourself to cook, like, get your head down in the kitchen and cook something when you're already hungry. Like, it's so difficult to battle that demon and not just, like, grab something out of the pantry or run out and pick something up, fast food, or order something. Like, there's just so many, like, what's the exact word I'm looking for? There's so many, like, evil solutions to that problem that are so much more low-hanging and easy than the one that you want yourself to reach for, you know? Okay, we're gonna do the Momo here. Everybody do the Momo. What would that look like? Okay, we're gonna top everybody off. How is Momo missing health? Maybe she leveled up on the bench. I like cooking a lot, but it has to be like a very planned out thing. And I would not enjoy cooking if I had to do it every single day. Because, like, I already have to do the dishes every single day. Just from, like, normal flow of things. Oh, that's a med kit. So, just imagining, like, how many more dishes I would have to do every single day if I was cooking every single day is staggering. Like, there's plenty of days where I do the dishes twice a day, sometimes 3 times a day. Especially on a meal prep day. You're just gonna make me fight this guy again? Are you serious? This elevator is nuts, man. This is very Final Dungeon behavior, by the way. Very Final Dungeon behavior. Oh my god. And there's 2 of these healer things. Oh, this is brutal, man. Okay. And he's already boosting. Well, we're gonna focus on the first healer. At least we know that we don't have to waste our time with debuffs. That'll save us a little bit of time. What is this? We've never seen this before. What is that? What is that status? I gotta look in the manual. Reverse. Recovery and damage are reversed. Okay, I guess the play there is that this thing is going to put that status on us so that the healers can cast heal on Cosmos to do damage. I'm going to let that slide for a little bit because I think it will actually slightly work to my advantage if they focus on trying to damage her rather than heal themselves. But only for like a couple of turns. Because I don't have the ability to attack Cosmos to heal her. I have to just remove the status and then heal her the good old-fashioned way. I don't think I have any way to damage Cosmos. Or I guess I could just remove the status right now. Oh no, I don't have that with Cosmos. Or with Xion. I thought I did. I thought I had a status heal with Xion. Okay. Well, I could do it with an item. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do that. Maybe we'll get lucky and they'll throw out like a recovery spell that's already queued. Yeah. Nice. Well, we don't gain anything from that other than they just didn't heal themselves. But that's still nice. I guess it's also good because this really strong enemy isn't attacking. So it's also good for him to continue to use up his turns doing that rather than doing damage or doing something like Ether times 2. We're gonna take the double or the tummy beam here though, because we gotta get going on damage here. I should have flipped the double buster to Cosmos. This feels like it would be the last battle of this gauntlet though. It's the 5th one. It's kind of a wild mob. There could be one more that's like a boss though. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. He's got max health already. That's a complete waste. Totally happy to see that. And then we all get to go here. So let's do this. And then we'll get rid of the status again with an item. Nima's suffering. The weather kicked up. She went and barged into the little guy's room, woke him up. Very, very naughty of her to do. It's a bad habit of hers. To just like headbutt a door and try to go into a room when she's stressed out. I don't think it's because she's like worried about him, or she's trying to like corral. You know, she definitely has a thing where she wants to corral everybody. She wants everybody to be in the same place. And right now we're all in different rooms, and that's definitely stressing her out a little bit. Beyond just the rainy weather. But I don't think that's why she headbutts into his room. I think it's just like a mindless behavior because she's like pacing, and it's like somewhere that she can pace and something that she can do. Just charging up again here. Yeah, we're safe. Yeah. Okay, you're gonna do reverse. This is great. This guy has done this every single turn rather than attacking, so this is much easier to deal with than the previous fight, actually. We'll do Tummy Beam here. I'm assuming I'm going to get another turn with Xion after this where I can get rid of the status. I might not, but we're probably going to be able to take this thing out. So we'll see. Hey, Gooby, how are you? Not quite. It's still alive. Okay, it's healing itself. That's a little bit of a bummer, but it's probably better than them having done it to Cosmos. You're just being the best mod. Very active here, yeah. Hey, we'll take what we can get, man. Probably should use this turn to get rid of the status on Cosmos. I don't think there's anything really better that I could do here. Xion doesn't really have any capability to do damage compared to these other two characters, so should probably just do that. Maybe we'll get lucky and we can get a wasted action off of one of them, but probably not. And we're charging. Spam the boost. Okay, that's fine. That thing has more health than the other one. We're just trying to get rid of one. Okay, we might have it here. We might, between Tummy Beam and Double Angel Blow, we should be able to get rid of this last guy. Oh, and we can boost in one more time. That's great. Unless they boost. Okay, cool. Yeah, we should have it. We should be able to do 338 here. Yep, there it is. Okay, so we got one healer gone. That's great progress. We might be able to back-to-back these boosts as well, which is sneaky. Love that. Yep, okay. And then we're already really close to getting rid of this second healer. And then it'll be just like the last fight, except this guy already has like half health, which is excellent. Even if he gets healed this turn, we're still way ahead. Okay, he's finally attacking.
Now watch. I can't circle. I don't have my telestrated today, but here comes the pizza. See it?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
What?
jeez.
We just got a free heal.
Necessary.
Thanks. Here comes the pizza. Thank you for pizza. Pizza sounds so good right now. When does pizza not sound good, right? What do I do here? I don't need to heal. We're completely fully fresh. Tummy Beam is pizza. Yeah, sometimes pizza is kind of like a straight beam to the tummy. So I could see it in that way. It's like a reversed... In this case, what we're referring to as tummy beam. It's kind of like a reverse tummy beam. It's its own kind of tummy beam. How do I want to use this turn? Maybe I do just attack. I really don't know. I really don't know what else I would do here. Let's just go for it. It's probably not going to do very much damage, but we'll go for it. Oh yeah, the gimme pizza. Yeah, that's a classic. I did not see that one as a kid. I was a huge Olsen Twins fan as a kid because the Olsen Twins are the same age as me. So like anything that they came out with, like they were the same age as me in it. So it wasn't like I was too young for it to be like a, oh, I'm a boy and they're a girl and I think they're cute kind of thing. Like I was way too young for that for most of the time that I was into their stuff. It was just like there was a draw to it because we were the same age. And I had a couple of their videos on VHS, but I never saw the pizza one as a kid. I didn't see that until it went viral in like the 2010s or whatever. I had the the detective ones. I definitely had a couple of those. I definitely had the SeaWorld one because I was a SeaWorld kid. I really liked Free Willy and orcas and SeaWorld stuff. My mom had to take me to SeaWorld when I was like 3 because I was like screaming about it. I don't even remember. I was too young to remember it. I think I just focus my main attacks on this thing because I'll get more damage that way. So here comes Tummy. I don't remember what the other one was that I had. I definitely saw a Christmas one, but that was in like 2014 when Brack and I lived together and we had our VHS collection. We watched a Mary Kate and Ashley detective video that was a Christmas one. And it was actually kind of scary to watch from like an adult point of view because there was like a legit like kidnapping where like a person like pretended to be a kid's parent and like took them away from an event like right in front of everyone. It was actually very unnerving, even though it was presented as like, you know, plunky hijinks in the context of the video. Something like that. And of course Santa was involved. There was like a mall Santa and then like the real Santa like interacting with each other. It was something like that. I remember it being like surprisingly good. We got it because we were like, oh, this will be terrible, but it was like surprisingly good. Pizza. I love how you spelled that out phonetically, hot dog. That's funny that it was the acting debut of Elizabeth Olsen. Yeah, a lot of people probably don't even realize that she's the younger sister of the twins. I remember finding that out like during the like MCU era when she was coming into it, and I was like, oh, that makes sense. I see it now, but I didn't know it like beforehand. What are we doing here? I kind of need to heal. I'm a little bit scared about where I'm at, but I don't really have a way to heal with Cosmos, so just do a chip shot and hope for the best. Oh, he's doing EP times 2. Okay, this is scary. He's boosting right after this. We might get wiped here. Oh, okay, that was actually really, really good outcome. He attacked the one character that wouldn't have died. He's boosting in right after this, so I won't get to do both of my AoE heals in a row, but I can still do them. So Cosmos might die if he does the big AoE. Oh my goodness. I don't know what they heard there. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We can deal with that. And then hopefully I get a turn after this.
Unleash some of thy powers.
You love that it was surprisingly good. You used to watch their Halloween movie a lot because you on Halloween as a kid. Okay. Yeah, I definitely never saw that one. I don't think I've ever seen the Halloween one. I remember owning 2 of them as a kid, and one of them was SeaWorld, but I don't remember what the other one was. I want to say they were wearing like jungle safari outfits or something, but they might have been wearing those in the SeaWorld one for some reason. I don't know. I don't remember. I can see the like khaki safari outfits with the hat and like a compass rose kind of, you know, like very popular aesthetic in the 90s, I feel like. Okay, he's not boosting. Let's go for it here. Why did I use finger quotes when I said real Santa? Or am I saying that Santa isn't real? Why would I lie? You were surprised to learn that they aren't identical twins. They're fraternal with strong resemblance. Huh. Yeah, I don't even like fully know the actual like semantic differences between the descriptions of actual twins. Like I've known it at one time because I've like looked at it. But I couldn't like explain to you the difference between like identical, fraternal, paternal, whatever. Off the top of my head. 246, man. Oh, Cosmos is boosting in after this. Okay, I'm just gonna heal for safety and we're probably good. I thought we were friends. I can't believe you'd do this. Listen. The Halloween movie was called Double Trouble? Man, that sounds really familiar, actually. We can't get 240 out of that. Dang it. Oh, okay, but Chaos has got this for sure. 155? We can do 155 with an Angel Blow. Come on. The Xenosaga Olsen Twins crossover. Wow. There's got to be some Takahashi media that has twins in it that are used like for effect, you know, where they're like linked telepathically or genetically or like as a twist, somebody is somebody's twin. Like there's no way Takahashi hasn't used that before. Okay, I was right. That was the last one. Now I have a very scary decision to make. My knee-jerk instinct is to immediately take the elevator back up to save after having done that. But there is definitely a world where going back down the elevator again has the exact same outcome. And I may need to trust the video game that there's another save point as I continue on. But if the video game expects me to remember the previous save point and go back and save, and doesn't have an upcoming save point, there could be another fight right after this. So this is a very annoyingly precarious situation to be in that's very easy to overthink as far as like saving. I think it's probably safe to advance to the next screen. But that could make these guys respawn, because that's how enemy spawning works in this game. I'm gonna keep going. Okay, we got a door over there. Oh, weird. There's like another level below us. Does the elevator keep going down? Can we like choose to go down further? And there's like secret stuff down there? Is the game trying to get me to see something? Okay, I'm gonna walk through this door. Okay, we have a very ominous looking door here. I feel like I should take the elevator back up. There's probably a cutscene behind this door, maybe another fight. I really don't think that this game would make me fight all those enemies again going back down this elevator. I really, really don't think that it would do that. So here's to hoping. Okay, I can't move around. I think that's a good sign. We could move around before. We are indeed frozen at the moment. It's true. Okay. Well, we get to save, and we technically haven't hit a loading zone. So, if the enemies do respawn, they wouldn't have respawned based on what we know. Based on how this game works. Alright, so this is save slot number 6. We're going to call this Post Elevator Gauntlet. Alright, now we just have to cross our fingers that going back down is the same. You remember liking the Halloween episodes of Roseanne, but you never liked the show as a kid. But it was one that your mom always watched, so you were stuck watching it and Home Improvement. And so much Judge Judy. Somebody, I feel like a couple of people are trying to get Roseanne back into, not Roseanne the person, but Roseanne the show specifically, but like back into the zeitgeist. Like I have seen some like YouTube videos and various things where people were like revisiting the show and like analyzing it from like a modern lens. And I can't remember if they were trying to say like, yo, this is like actually good, go back and watch this, or if they were trying to say like, this is like way worse than you remember, or this is like problematic, or I can't remember. Obviously, if you're not aware, we know that Roseanne is a really, really not good person now. But like as far as like the actual show itself, I don't remember. But everything that I saw seemed to have the same kind of like spin. I didn't actually engage with any of this content and watch it, so I don't know what the thesis was. But they all seemed like, just from a thumbnail title analysis, cursory view, they all seemed to have the same spin, but I can't remember what that spin was. Okay, what's behind door number 1, Bob? Not a cutscene. There's random encounters in here.
Now watch. I can't circle. I don't have my telestrator today, but here comes a pizza. See it?
More of these losers.
Oh!
Hopefully these ones I can run from.
Highly unnecessary.
So these are just regular enemies now. Give him the old shake and bake. I'm assuming I'm going to be able to run from these. I really hope I can.
Get out of my way, or else.
Let me make sure before I guard. Yes, we can run from this fight. Okay. We guard, and then we goodbye. That's what the 2 G's and GG stand for. Guard and goodbye. Classic Roseanne was pretty progressive. Okay. Do you mean the person or do you mean the show? Sounds like you mean the person. Yeah, modern Roseanne the person, real bad, not good. I definitely watched the show as a kid. Like, not like religiously tried to catch it every time it was on or anything, but definitely was exposed to it, like not accidentally many, many times. I remember the characters and all that kind of thing. Oh, no music in here. This looks like a very scary room as well. I see a device with writing on it. Oh, what the? Huh? Okay, we hit a cutscene trigger. There was just no fade. That was really weird. This must be the reactor. Yep, it says reactor on it. Yeah, she may have been one of the ones who just got brain broken during COVID. Happened to so many people.
I was about to give up on you, Ruby Doe. Take a look. This thing has a full belly hole.
Ugh, not a full belly.
Well then, what shall we do now? Shall we continue where we left off?
Whoa.
What is that? How are you doing that?
Don't be so surprised. This is the power of will. A fundamental.
That's the subtitle of the game in English.
Everyone. What you are witnessing is simply
Sort of.
your perception of it. And you know
The will to
what?
create.
Perception and pain are the same. So, go ahead. Feel my pain for yourself.
Okay.
I've come this far, I can't lose now.
Now, I'm looking at this from a very, like, objective analytical lens here. And I'm trying to juggle a few things mentally about whether or not this is going to be the final boss. I feel like this could be the final fight of the game. It could be one of those things where, like, this is the last fight, but there's still, like, more gameplay where we have to, like, walk into a couple of loading zones and, like, run into some more cutscenes and, like, maybe talk to some people before the game actually ends. And it's not just, like, beat the final boss, cutscenes out the door, credits. But I feel like there's a strong chance that this is it. Or like, you know, like last time, like you fight Albedo and then there's like another fight right afterwards. I feel like this is probably it. And again, don't tell me. I don't want to know. But based on the fact that we found the last red door, I'm putting a lot of weight on that. I feel like this is definitely the last dungeon. There could be one more area in the game that we have to go to fight like the big final big mean baddie boss, big daddy final boss of the game or whatever. Like I could see it being where we have to fight Albedo twice before the game is over. Even though this is the second time we fought him already. But it could be like, we fight him, he runs off again, we shut down the reactor, and then we have to like go, and then the game is like, all right, everyone, this is it. This is the end of the game. You know, that kind of like, sitting the child in the chair and explaining kind of moment that you get in a lot of RPGs where they like really, really go out of your way to tell you like, this is the end. Hello, knock, knock on the screen, player. This is the end of the game coming up. So if there's anything else you want to go do, make sure you go do it now. I've been predicting all along that this game would go out of its way to do something like that, to telegraph the end of the game. So that's really the only thing missing here. Like, we very unceremoniously got into this fight. It was a very short cutscene compared to the last time we fought him. But we do know that the reactor is kind of our final destination in this dungeon, and it seems like this is the last dungeon. So basically, I'm trying to decide if I want to reset the game at this point, under the assumption that this is the final fight, and that this will be my last chance to go and get other stuff, and try to, like, you know, get those last 3 keys from the mini games or whatever. It's such a momentum killer, though, you know? Like, it's so tempting to just keep playing the game. Like, we have good momentum right now. I'm in a precarious situation where, like, I wish that I knew, but I'm glad that I don't. Like, if I did know, I would obviously play this a very specific way, because I would play into that knowledge. But not knowing is making it compelling, where I have to make a decision based on, like, some, you know, gut feelings and instincts and whatever, rather than being able to make the decision based on firm, definitive knowledge. Because we're, like, right in the middle of stream, too, so that also makes it kind of awkward. Like, if this is the end of the stream, it'd be perfect. I'll be just like, oh, we'll scout the fight and we'll reset, and we'll check it out tomorrow, and tomorrow I can decide if I want to divert and grind mini games until I want to pull my hair out, or not. But see, there's that hidden third option where I allow myself to ask some very specific questions of people that know, or that would not care about being spoiled and looking stuff up on my behalf. Because I was thinking about asking this question previously when I was doing the drill game. And basically, instead of asking, oh, is this the final boss? Is this the last dungeon? I wouldn't ask that question. But what I would ask, and I'm not actually asking this, so don't answer it. But the question that I might end up asking is, like, are the 3 keys that I'm missing in the card game, drill game, and mech fighting game? Because right now I feel like there's a very strong case that that is true. And if I did get confirmation of that, it would motivate me to grind those minigames. But because there is a small chance, or not even really a small chance, because there is a decent chance that there's not 3 keys locked behind those minigames. You know, maybe there's 1, maybe there's 2. But I feel like there's just, like, without knowing anything, there's just as much chance that there's just more game after this. And I'm gonna find those keys in chests. But I'm very tempted to ask that question. Because I don't really think that it would spoil my... I don't really think that it would spoil my experience to know. Because I still wouldn't necessarily know if this is the end of the game or not. It would obviously mount more evidence, but I can't decide. Obviously, no matter what, I'm gonna scout this fight, so maybe I'll just scout this fight and, like, kind of think about it in the back of my mind while I do that, and maybe I'll know what I want to do in a couple of minutes here. Let's see. This guy is a B-type. Which we can use all of our debuffs with Cosmos with. So it'd be good to know if these work on him. I believe they did work last time to great effect. He's actually already got, like, glowing goo coming out of his hands, which is very confusing because that looks almost exactly like what's on someone's head when they have a negative status. So I got to make sure I pay really close attention to whether or not this goes off. Also, I think I forgot to say hello to Draconics. Welcome in, Draconics. How you doing? All right, I don't know that that did anything. We can just have you charge, I guess. This is not an actual attempt. We're just scouting here. Learning what we can. Hi, Gobi. No weaknesses. 7,400 HP. That's really not that much. So if he doesn't have the ability to heal himself, it's not a huge deal. Incredible yields, though, on tech points, ether points, skill points. Armor destroyed. That's a horrible outcome. That was a big thunder. I don't know if y'all just heard it. What more could we learn here? I guess we would just see what different kinds of attacks and techniques he has. Let's see if S-Chain does anything. Ricky, how's it going? You don't need to do the mental gymnastics if you want to go back and play Drill Game for 500 more hours. We support you. Drill Game is life. So I'm assuming what that skill is actually doing is unequipping my armor and therefore lowering my defense by like 20 plus points. Whenever I play a JRPG, have I ever thought of maxing out characters, like their skill trees, or getting to 99 and just obliterate bosses? Oh yeah, I've definitely done that a lot in my day, Draconics. I did that. That was kind of like my preferred way to play RPGs in like the nascent years, like in my teens and like high school years when I just had so much time. That's not really how I want to play games on stream, because that just sounds really, really boring from a viewer perspective. Like I like the feeling of making progress and like working my way through the game and like having things to say about the story and the characters and whatnot, which obviously grinds to a halt whenever I'm just like grinding other stuff and leveling up. Like we've had a good time when there's like a special dedicated grinding stream and we can like chat about topics or whatever, and I can like really focus in on chat because I'm not really focusing on the game. But I don't think I could do that for like 10 streams in a row, you know? I think I would get really, really sick of it. And I think you all would as well. Maybe some of you would just live for it, but I think most people wouldn't. And it would really weigh heavily on me, I think, if I spent like a year playing one video game and just like constantly thinking about all the other ones that I could be playing instead. Like I try to take my time with every game and not rush through it, but I think if I tried to play one specific game or like a lot of the games like to the nth degree like that, it would start to really, really weigh heavily on me, like how slow I was getting through them, and I wouldn't like that. So I think it would have to be like a really short game for me to want to do that for a stream game, or like something that I don't know, like really gave me a bunch of tools to like fast track that style of play. But like I've already spent like 80 hours on this game. I can't imagine spending like 200 to like get all the sub abilities and like just become so overpowered, you know. It would take so much longer than just completing the game. And I'd also run the risk of just like hating the game by the end. Well, this fight seems really straightforward so far. I haven't really seen anything that I'm concerned about. You're split on grinding because you love doing it, but it ruins the intended challenge of the games. Yeah, that's very case by case for me too, Ricky. Like for example, Tactics, Final Fantasy Tactics, it's extremely satisfying and fun to grind in that game for me because you can very easily create these like arbitrary goalposts that you're headed towards. Like, oh, I want to get this specific skill mastered so I can switch to this other job. Or I want to master this one specific job with this character. And there's these very, very granular number values that you need to get to and you can like check in on as you go. And also the fact that you can grind in the context of one battle rather than a bunch of subsequent battles. All of that adds up to like a very satisfying grinding experience, at least for me. But another aspect of the game that was really fun was the game being difficult and challenging, and I didn't want to trivialize it. Sometimes it's fun to trivialize the game, but other times it can ruin it, and that was definitely a game where I didn't want to trivialize it. At least not for my first playthrough. I think for like a second playthrough, it would be really funny to trivialize it. Or if I was going to go for like the post-game stuff, like the really, really hard challenge stuff, I might want to do some wild grinding to like really, really trivialize those fights because they might be too gimmicky and stupid hard for me otherwise. So yeah, it just depends on the game. Some games it can be really fun to just trivialize it and steamroll everything. RIP speedrunning dreams. Yeah, I don't think I would ever speedrun an RPG. As much as I love RPGs, I don't think I would ever speedrun an RPG. I think, at least for my brain, the idea of speedrunning a game, of any particular game, is going to run the risk of me completely altering my relationship with that game, and either just like lifting too many veils so it's not magical anymore, and I don't love it in the same way, because it becomes so familiar, and it like, you know, removes the mystique or the nostalgia or whatever. Or it just causes me to hate the game because I've spent so much time like grinding it and training it. And I feel like an RPG would be the biggest candidate for that for me. I think if I was going to speedrun a game, it would definitely need to be a short-ish game that would be a pretty reasonable, like, single segment type thing, you know, like the only thing that I really speedrun and have ever speedrun is Ocarina of Time Randomizer, which can be like 5 hours, which is actually really, really long. But it's kind of a weird exception because it's different every time, you know? It's not like a set route that you're training and repeating over and over and over and over and over and over, you know? I think if I was doing a more traditional type of speedrun where the game is literally the same every single time, or there's like, you know, little tiny pockets of RNG that you're playing around, but the path is the same, I would need it to be something that's like between 10 and 90 minutes would kind of be my range, my acceptable range. There's no way I would learn like a 4-hour speed run. I don't have the stones for that. Doesn't seem like any of the debuff stuff is working against Albedo here. New Game Plus thoughts in games? I mean, that's also very case by case, I guess. Wow, that does so little damage to him. That's really sad. I mean, y'all know how I am about replays. Like, it's very hard for me to justify replaying a game when there's so many games I've never played that I want to play. So I'm almost always going to opt for another first playthrough instead of a replay. So, the number of times I've actually done a New Game Plus on a video game is probably, like, once or twice. So I don't have any problems with the concept. I think it's a pretty cool concept. Unless you lock a bunch of content behind New Game Plus. I think that's really dumb and annoying. I don't like that. I mean, like, story content, specifically. If you want to put other, like, Easter eggs and, like, overpowered abilities and items behind New Game Plus, sure. Just don't lock story content behind New Game Plus. That's stupid. Other than, like, the random little branching side quest or whatever. Seeing the other path or whatever. That's fine. But it's going to be so rare that I ever do a New Game Plus. I don't really have a lot of strong feelings on it. I guess I just boost here. Just keep boosting Chaos, because he's the one doing damage. You would definitely never speedrun your favorite games. Yeah, it's a weird question for me, Sen. Like, it seems like for some people the answer is definitely only speedrun your favorite games, right? Like, you have to love the game because you're gonna play it for thousands of hours. So you have to love the game. But can you love the game? Can you still love the game after you play it for thousands of hours and it's like kicking your butt and making you angry? You have to have like a very specific kind of like parental type of love, unconditional love for that game in order to be able to do that. And for some people, it might be more of a romantic love for a game that gets dashed and ruined by playing it too much. So I don't know how you navigate that. You don't enjoy speedrunning personally because you like to take your time. Xenosaga Episode I is a game you're positive you could speedrun. I mean, based on what you've said so far, Shane, it sounds like you could, yeah. Doesn't seem like it would take much to like learn a route. Chaining some boosts really nicely here. I'm gonna try a different attack with Cosmos, because Tummy Beam does so little damage. Oh, that's much better. Well, we're just kind of winging this fight and doing really well, so another thing that we can do, and this will probably be the answer, I guess, is to just see what happens after this fight. And if this is the end of the game, we can still just reset and do it again, especially if the fight's not that challenging. Obviously we gotta heal Cosmos here, but how do we want to go about it? Probably one of these. I enjoy speedrunning a great deal as a viewer from like a spectator analysis point of view. But I don't see it being something that I would do really super seriously. Like, when I first started streaming on Twitch, I was exclusively doing Ocarina of Time Randomizer. And I was only doing one seed a week, one stream a week. And I was, practicing stuff offline, like practicing boss quick kills and like various tricks and like looking stuff up on YouTube to like learn how to do certain tech and things like that. And like actually trying to like get my play to be and my logic like competitive enough to where I could like enter a community race and like compete, not necessarily to win, but that was kind of like my goal initially when I started doing it. And I got super burnt out and like walled, and I had to take a really, really long break from the game because I got to a point where I could just not get below a certain threshold. And I was just like, I gotta stop. Like, I was spending so much time outside of stream, like just like thinking about the game and practicing it. And I was like, I can tell that I'm like on the verge of making myself not enjoy this. because it was stopping being like a hobby and becoming like a passion pursuit, or like, you know, work, like unpaid work, like not like a job in the sense that it was paying me, but like a job in like how it felt and what it was asking of me. So I think it would be a lot worse if I was speedrunning another game. I think there's certain things that are like low key enough that I could get into, like maybe like Gen 1 Pokemon speedruns I could probably do, but I just don't want to grind it in my spare time that much. I just don't have a lifestyle that would accommodate something like that. You know, I have a family. I have other like passions and pursuits that are more important to me than that. So like, when am I gonna find time to like sit down and practice, you know, 75-minute runs of Pokemon Blue? I don't have that. Okay, he's not attacking. I got lucky here. I should have healed Cosmos, but I went aggressive. We're in an ad. I'll be right back.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Ness!
All right, I'm back. Ness continuing his run here. And I gotta take a few minutes to just sit on the screen and we can chat a little bit because I gotta eat something. I'm not gonna make it just snacking. So bear with me here a few minutes while I partake. Let me get the scores updated first here. So it's now 7-0 for Ness over Samus. None of these have been close either. Samus is just getting absolutely dominated by Ness. Seems like her only hope at this point is that they end up on the Metroid level and Ness dies to the lava a bunch of times. Okay, scores are updated. You like challenge runs, your favorite being single character runs. Helps you learn character strengths and weaknesses better than when they're part of a team. Yeah, I can see why that would be something that you would learn from doing that. I don't think I would enjoy a single character run. Because one of my favorite things in RPGs is like party synergy and like finding combinations, which are certainly possible with single characters. You know, single characters can have combinations that they can do on their own. And, you know, depends on the game, obviously. But usually, it's going to be based on the multi-character thing. So that would take a lot of the fun away from me and add a huge challenge ceiling. Oh, you did casual Xenosaga 2 speedruns, Ricky. Interesting. Very cool. Once you get wrapped up in the actual speedrunning meta and copying other people's strats, it just becomes stressful. Yeah, I think you have to be a special kind of person. There's definitely a lot to be said for casual speedruns, though. Like, I think it's easy to forget as a spectator, or maybe even as somebody who's like learning a speedrun. It's easy to forget and get wrapped up in the idea that like, oh, this is a competitive thing. Like, this is an inherently competitive thing, and it's all about getting better and being the best. But it doesn't have to be about that. Like, if you can get to a happy place mentally where it's just fun for you to play the game, and, you know, maybe you're competing against yourself a little bit to, like, try to get a better time than you did the last time, or a better time than you've ever got before, and you're not necessarily competing against, like, the global leaderboards to, like, become the best that there ever was, Ash Ketchum, you know? If you can get to that place, I think speedrunning can be a beautiful thing. And it's not like when I was playing Ocarina of Time Randomizer, I was trying to be the best there ever was. But I was definitely not in a happy place where I was just, like, having fun. Like, I was really, really grinding. You love a party system in JRPGs to the point where you don't like it when RPGs only have one party member. That's a pretty uncommon one, though. There's definitely not a lot of single-character RPGs. I guess there's, like, maybe a few more recently, But I can't think of very many JRPGs where there's only one character. I guess there's like a lot of them where you don't get to control the actions of your other characters. So you could maybe file it the same way as a single character RPG. How many characters would I say is too much in a game? I think a good rule of thumb, Draconics, for me at least, is however many characters can participate in a battle at once, whether that's 3 or 4 or whatever, that number times 2 should be the max. So like, if you can have 4 players in a battle at once, don't put more than 8 characters in your game. Or like this game, you can have 3 in a battle, and there are 6 characters, as far as we know. That's a good number. More than that starts to get a little overwhelming for me. That's why Suikoden is just kind of like bonkers. But I really like RPGs where there's just one party. You know, like Wild Arms 3. There's 4 player characters, 4 in the battle. That's it. And you just focus on the same 4 characters the whole time. I love that. I think that's fantastic. There's probably some people that don't like that, and they want the options, they want the variety, they want the wider cast. But I actually like the more focused cast. For lots of reasons. Like narratively and mechanically, I like it. But like Final Fantasy VI, too many characters. Final Fantasy II, too many characters. You want to try New Game Minus in Final Fantasy XII. What the heck is that? You have to unlock that? Is that like a Zodiac Age thing? I have never heard of that, Shane. That's not like a self-imposed challenge? Really, Kiki? You could have been a competitive speedrunner for Melee Adventure Mode. Dang. Props to that. Melee is intense. I'm so bad at Melee. I'm not afraid to admit it. As long as the characters you bring don't just say the same things except for different accents. That's an interesting take, Sen. That sounds like you're talking about a very specific game that wronged you without saying what it is. Oh, you're an FF2 hater, Ricky? Yeah, I mean, obviously the rotating guest character mechanic is one of the more dated things about the game, I would say. It's definitely not perfect. I like all those characters, but the way that it works kind of blows. Because yeah, you're like when you play the game for the first time, you're kind of bound to get burned, because if you invest in the guest character and then they leave, you're like really mad, and you have no reason to believe that guest character is going to return. And then when you're playing the game from a perspective of knowing how the mechanic works, you're also not incentivized to invest in them because you know they're going to leave. So like you just inevitably end up with like the guest character being filled with a slot that's like a random character that's just less than the other 3 for one reason or another. It's a Zodiac Age thing. New Game Minus is a bonus mode in 12 Zodiac Age. Prevents you from leveling up, so you have to play the whole game on level 1. But you have to do something in order to unlock it. You have to beat the trial mode. What is the trial mode? Is that like a side game within the game? Or is that like a specific way to play the game the first time? That's another thing I'm not a fan of. In addition to like certain types of New Game Plus things being locked behind them, I am not a fan of like special ways to play a game being locked behind beating the game one time. Like, just give it to us. Like, if I want to play the game on the hardest difficulty, just let me do it. Don't make me prove to no one other than myself that I can beat the game on normal before you're going to let me play it on hard. If I want to subject myself to playing the game on hard, just let me do it. You know? Or like, if I want to play the game at level 1 because that sounds like a cool idea, like they might as well make you like take a screenshot and send it to Square Enix. Like, well, before we allow you to download the New Game Minus mode DLC, we're gonna need you to send in like a verified screenshot with your ID so that we know that you beat the game on trial mode. Like, I think that's really stupid. Or like the Zelda games that have hero mode. Like, just let me start the game in hero mode if I want to. I think it's really, really dumb. Like, you shouldn't assume that the person who wants the really, really challenging playthrough is going to play the game multiple times. They still might only have enough time to play the game one time. They might still just want to pour their heart and soul into one playthrough to the nth degree. I don't know. They should see both ends of the challenge spectrum the same way as like accessibility features. Like, all the features that make the game easier aren't locked behind anything, right? Like, if somebody has like lower vision or lower hearing, color blindness, or just like isn't experienced with a certain subgenre of game and they're more interested in like the story than the mechanics, like, all of those features are going to be unlocked from the beginning. It would be absolutely asinine to lock a feature like that behind completing the game, right? It's like, well, if you're red-blue colorblind, you just got to beat the game on normal before you can change to high contrast mode, you know? Like, of course you're not going to do that. They should treat the extra challenging stuff exactly the same way. Like, it should just be available right out the door. I think it's really... It's like a really antiquated, it's a really antiquated idea that's, I think, fueled by just repetition legitimizing and, like, tradition. You know, like, it makes sense that you would have done that in, like, 1987 to make your game longer arbitrarily when you couldn't actually make your game longer. But that type of mindset doesn't make any sense anymore. Like, most, especially like in the modern landscape, like, most developers are definitely aware that most people are only going to play their video game one time, and they're probably not even going to complete it. Like, that might be a weird idea for some people in the Twitch bubble that we're in, but like, most people don't complete video games. Like, think about that for a second. So like, if somebody's not even going to play your full game on any difficulty, how can you expect them to play it again, like, on another difficulty? And like, the higher difficulty challenge mode is the one that they really, really want, and you're gonna make them like just beeline through the whole game just to get to it? It's really stupid. And I don't really know who I'm speaking directly to here. I'm just thinking out loud. FF6 is your favorite game, but it does show the main issue with the large cast. I think the large ensemble cast was definitely like a big idea at the time, and it was very impactful at the time, but like, in retrospect, it's a lot easier to nitpick. Yeah, like there's obviously a huge disparity between like each individual character's weight to the plot, and like a lot of the characters are optional, so it's a mixed bag in the case of Final Fantasy VI. Yeah, but that's also the case with most Final Fantasy games. Like, I don't think there's... this is too long of a thought to go down the rabbit hole, but I would say there are more Final Fantasy games than there are not, where some of the characters in the cast are more important to the story than others, and it's pretty inarguable. You know, I can think of a couple where I might argue that every character is equally important to the plot, but that's a pretty hard point to argue. Like, otherwise, like, what is a protagonist, you know? Like, maybe in Final Fantasy VI you can argue about who the protagonist is, but you definitely can't argue that certain characters are more important to the plot than others. But I don't think that's a problem, like, is what I was getting at. Like, more characters being important to the plot, I feel like, is inevitable. If you're trying to design your game from this, like, analytical standpoint before you've created everything, where, like, your goal is, I want every character to be equally as important to the plot as the next, and you, like, lock yourself into that as you're trying to, like, construct a narrative, like, that's going to be really hard to navigate. Like, sure, try your best, but, like, I don't know. I think it's much more natural to have like a bar graph, a sliding bar graph of importance to the plot amongst your cast of characters. Like, that's normal. That's acceptable. It's very, very traditional to have that. So it'd be a really, really weird... It's a really, really weird thing for people to complain about. I've seen a lot of people complain about it, especially in specifically the case of Final Fantasy games, where they're like, well, it's really stupid that in, like, Final Fantasy VII, like, X character isn't really that important to the plot, and, like, you know, Y, Z, A other characters are really important to the plot. It's like, of course, that's how it is. Like, what are you talking about? It's like they're just trying to find something to be mad about. It's a really dumb criticism for any piece of media. If your criticism for a movie or a show or a book or a video game is that, like, some characters were more important to the plot than the other, that's a really, really stupid criticism. Now, if your criticism is that one particular character was unnecessary and didn't need to exist, that's a lot more constructive. We can have that conversation. You load your file, carry your characters into trial mode, which is 100 battles, each getting progressively harder. That sounds so unfun. You can save after and load the characters back into your main file with all the license points and items you got, so you can get some very overpowered stuff through trial mode. Sheesh. A 100 floor tower. Wow, the classic 100 floor trial. No thanks. No thanks. Square treats players like newborns. I'd be curious to hear what you mean by that, Ricky. You had to beat RE5 once to be able to play as Shiva? If you play on co-op, you can play as her from the start, but single player, you can't. Yeah, that is odd, Shane. I definitely... I'm less averse to, like, a different character being playable on a second playthrough. That's very case by case for me. Oh, Automod didn't like the juxtaposition of the words, I hated that you. Clearly, FF6's protagonist is Umaro. Yes, of course. Yeah, supporting characters are still important. Exactly. That's what makes them supporting characters. Yeah. Yeah, that's such a silly criticism that I've heard a lot in recent years. Well, a lot of these characters aren't even that important to the plot. And they think that that's like some really, really salient point that they've tapped into that casts a negative light on the piece of media as like less than. Or like, oh, clearly this video game isn't good because not all the characters are of equal importance to the plot. Look at me, I'm so smart. It's like, actually, you're a freaking idiot. And you know nothing about like literary concepts. I guess we're just doing this fight. I need to heal Cosmos though. Let's hit her with a high heal again. Square locking hard modes behind normal modes. Constant nauseating amount of unskippable tutorials, especially in newer games. Players are never allowed to figure out things on their own. Constant condescending hand-holding. Yeah, it's... I think we're in a transitional period that's really bumpy as far as that goes. Like the 2010s was the era of like over tutorialization and like the, you know, the glowing golden era, glowing golden arrow era, kind of culminating in the like yellow paint discourse. And I feel like we're entering like the next evolution of that, where like accessibility is being recognized, and a lot of developers are going out of their way to like hire people to specifically focus on and add features for accessibility that aren't just like difficulty settings, but like getting more granular with like toggling specific things. And it's a really good thing that's happening, but it's like not being done super well all the time. Or like in the case of what you're describing, it's like they had the right idea on paper, but the execution can end up being a little bit dogged or patronizing. And the answer is just like they need to keep refining that ideology and that approach so that more and more things become customizable and toggleable. So rather than rolling back those things, and it's like, oh, remove the tutorials, don't baby the player. It's like, no. You need to keep adding the tutorials, but you need to give the player the option up front to like skip them or turn them off, or don't lock, or don't get rid of the hard mode, or don't rename hard to expert, and then like, you know how they're like afraid to use the word easy a lot of times. So like instead of calling it easy, they'll call it normal. And so then like all the gamers on the forums are like, hey, actually they renamed easy to normal so that people wouldn't feel patronized. So actually if you play the game on normal, you're a scrub because you're playing on easy, that whole thing. So they like, I don't know if there's anything you can ever do about those people, but they need to just like keep expanding. Like they're doing good things, and they're like making some mistakes as they're like trying to do good things. And the answer is to just keep doing the good things and like get better at them and get more feedback and practice and improve, instead of just being like, oh shoot, people don't like it, never mind, that kind of thing. I think there's a name for that concept. It's like the state that we're in with a lot of like social issues as well, where like we're trying to like do the right thing, but we're doing it in like a very imperfect way, where like a lot of aspects of it are still like kind of problematic and like offensive to people, but we're like still just kind of like barreling down like the right path to try to get to the end point. And the only way to get there is just to kind of like stumble through it together, instead of just being like, oh well, we can't do it perfectly the first time, so we're just never gonna turn down this road and we're just gonna stay railroaded, because it's easy in hindsight to say like, oh well, we've always been on this road and it's always worked perfectly on this road, but there's been all kinds of bumpy detours in the past that we just weren't around for. I guess I'm just gonna heal Cosmos again here instead of boost. Probably the smart thing. Yeah, media literacy really does feel like it's dead, Kiki. Hopefully it's just like in stasis and we can find a way to revive it at some point. Okay, this is his big attack here. Woo! 900 damage. So that's just a big ether attack. Very, very devastating. Basically 1,000 damage. I'm guessing he can't do that very often, but maybe he can just bust that out all the time. And we have to be able to withstand it. But I'm just kind of goofing around here, so... Speed 50? Holy crap. Oh, he's already done this once before. I didn't realize that's what this was. Well, if my down dex doesn't work on him, I don't know what to do about that. Well, we'll just go for it here. We know this does about 600. Oh, he defended. That sucks. We got to heal here. We can just do an all here. That's fine. You never understood the hatred of easy mode? Yeah, I think that will just always prevail amongst certain elitists. Those people will probably never go silent, but it's fine. There's a lot of things that are that way too, where the thing that people are complaining about is literally just something that they can just choose not to do. Like, they act like they're being forced into it, and they want it removed from their video game, but it's just an option that exists. It's something that I always run into when talking about Final Fantasy VIII. Like, there's this idea that, like, if a game is breakable to a point where you can, like, find an easily exploitable strategy that trivializes the game, that you must do that. You must play the game that way because it's, like, the most efficient way to triumph over the game or whatever. And that if the game has such a exploit in it, that it is not a good video game. And that really, really annoys me. Or like in Final Fantasy II, where people discovered, oh, well, if you attack yourself, it's the most efficient way to raise your stats. And so therefore they think the game is bad because that's the best way to level up. But you don't have to play that game that way. You can just play the game normally and it's really fun and you will level up just fine and the game is not that hard. But there's this like easily repeated idea that, oh, it's not a good game because it has this like flaw in the programming or this exploit that exists. And I feel like that's kind of the same thing as like people who are mad that there's an easy mode on a game. It's like, oh, well, if the easy mode exists, the gamers or the game developers are just telling me that I should play on easy mode and they're like patronizing me. It's like, no, that's not what's happening here. They're just giving people options. You know, like you don't go to a car dealership and see the same car in 4 different colors and be like, ugh, I can't believe that they're making me buy the red car. Red cars suck. I hate red cars. Like, you're just gonna buy the blue car or the silver car. That's to me, those are the same thing in my mind. But to other people, it is not the same thing. I don't know what to do here. This fight is definitely proving to be more challenging than it was at first glance. I don't know if he's doing something at like 50% HP and he's throwing out some more intense attacks. Well, that was a waste of an item and a turn. If I would have known he was just going to kill her to get rid of the charm, I would have let it happen. But yeah, he's getting like multiple actions in a row here because he's bumped his speed up. He's got a really, really powerful AoE. This is a very, very formidable fight, actually. Because kind of further supporting the idea that this might be the final boss. Or like, you know, phase 1 of the final boss. So, a lot to chew on here. I do still kind of feel like the right answer is, to just win this fight and see what happens, and get the answer that way. However, if this fight is like really, really hard, I'm not going to want to do it a bunch of times, or more than once. It wouldn't be a bunch of times.
Unleash some of thy powers.
Sometimes you actually enjoy games more on the easiest setting. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'm the same way. Yeah, it just depends on what the game is and what you want to get out of it, which is the whole reason to have accessibility options, is so that people can, like, more people will play your game and get the experience that they want if you give them the option to do so. It's a very simple idea. I got a W item here. Oh, I didn't press triangle. He's raising his speed by 50 again. I'm hoping that, like, the effect is wearing off and he's replenishing it. If he's just stacking these up, like, this fight is untenable. Oh, crap. Xion has no EP. That's a huge issue. How did we use 55 EP in this fight? We must not have had full when we walked in. Sure. Uncharted wants to emulate 80s action movies, so turning on easy mode and becoming a one-man army is fun for you. Yeah. You've only played the hardest setting to unlock the skins. Yeah, see, I would never do that for a game like Uncharted. Or like Metal Gear Solid. Most of the Metal Gear Solid games, I would play on easy or very easy. I was in it for the story. I was in it for the cinematicism. Like, yes, I want to play the game and, like, maybe be challenged a little bit. But, like, I didn't want to, like, redo a bunch of stuff. You know? That wasn't the experience that I wanted. And I don't remember anybody complaining that those games had those difficulty settings. It's just like it's just modern gamer discourse choosing to focus on a specific thing. And everyone being entitled to one person's opinion. Social media problem. That attack does not do more damage every time he does it, so... And that one has gone down for some reason. But his speed being so high is a huge problem. There's also the opposite, where the devs made the game hard with the intent to add DLC cheats. Yeah, now that is a horrendous practice. That's not something that I've heard of happening a lot. But that would be a terrible thing to do. Like, pay to win type of structure. That's extremely scummy. Well, whatever. I'm just gonna send this right here and assume that I'm gonna get another turn after this. If I don't, okay, that's gonna kill him. You like talking about how good party members are and optimal strategies, but you don't think playing as optimal as possible is always fun. Yeah, absolutely. I don't care that Kongal is the worst Legend of Dragoon party member. He's cool, so he's going to be used. Yeah, that's a weird one that people will get locked into as well, where, like, especially in, like, streamer land, where, like, somebody is so excited and ready to tell somebody that, like, the character that they are using is terrible. Or, like, if they, like, say something bad about a character that they're using in battle, they're so quick to be like, well, actually, that character is the best character in the game because of this one, like, obscure, exploitable thing that you didn't want spoiled for you and I just told you about, you know? It's like, just calm down. Like, the developers put different games in, or different characters in the game for you to use them. And have some freedom and agency in your playthrough and add replay value. They didn't put 6 characters in the game so they could be like, hee, we're gonna hide the 3 best characters, see if you can find them, be sure not to use the other 3 because they're not as good, you know. People are so annoying. I think it's important to remember that just like nobody is an expert and you can just like ignore those people. Even if it might feel like, you know, that opinion is really pervasive or those voices are really loud. Don't be afraid to tell those people that they're stupid. You'll use underpowered characters for the fun of it. Yeah, that's another fun aspect of it as well, Ricky. I mean, like, that's how I like to play Pokemon these days. That's the whole impetus behind the Boys Lock playthroughs. Oh, that's why I keep losing my ether points. Okay. I think that's a status effect called EP consumption. We have an accessory that prevents it. I don't see it in here though. So I guess it's not a status effect, it's just like an added effect. So we might need that for this fight. We need to, and it sucks that he keeps using it on Xion, who's like the most important character to have ether points. 4 hours from now, he's going to get a turn. That's funny. Yeah, Kongo's great. I definitely used him in my playthrough. I don't think he was in my like final end game party, but I definitely used him a lot in my Legend of Dragoon playthrough. I kind of want to just reset right now. Like, this isn't the attempt that I want, so I feel like I've definitely scouted this enough. To be able to build a strategy here. Veil would be an interesting one to go for to reduce his damage output, because it doesn't seem like we can it doesn't seem like we can put any debuffs on him, so we need to focus on putting buffs on ourselves, and this would be one way to reduce the damage that we take from his ether skills, which he seems to have quite a few of. Unfortunately, it would also mean that we receive less healing from ether, which would be a huge problem. He's also increasing his speed. We might be able to like remove the debuffs that he does, or remove the buffs that he's adding to himself though. We might have some ways to get rid of his speed up that he's putting on himself, which is definitely the worst one. Like if we can limit him to 1 action per turn, this fight won't be that bad. It's 3-on-1, right? So as long as he's not like doubling up and throwing out like AoE, single target attack, all that kind of stuff, it's really not that big of a deal. You like to switch your team after every boss fight in JRPGs, but for the final boss, you'll use your favorites. Interesting idea. That's cool. Shining Force Yogurt Supremacy? Is that a character in Shining Force? Never played Shining Force. The Shadows of Valentia nonsense? They basically pulled that? What, the pay to win, Kiki? You feel preemptively called out because that was word by word of what you planned to say once I finish? Oh, what? Something that I said? I'm trying to decide if I want to try to salvage this attempt right here and just power through, because we're already like 2/3 of the way through this guy's health. If we can just hang on, you know, we might have it. But this is a pretty bad situation right here. I'm gonna let Xion stay charmed, because I don't think she can really do that much damage to me. And with no ether points, she's not gonna be healing anybody until I can get that restored. So let me try to just get some damage on this guy, because he's kind of getting down there. Do an AoE heal here. They had a super boss in Shadows of Valentia where you basically needed the DLC to beat it. Oh. Because the DLC gave you, like, additional experience or some kind of extra skill or whatever. Yeah, that's kind of sketchy. Yep, see, critical 0. Oh no! Let's see. Extra classes. Oh. Yeah. Yikes. Let's see here. This feels pretty salvageable. We can do another AoE heal after this. Let me go ahead and just get rid of the status now. Wait, is this the right item? Be careful here. Yeah. And then another heal. Now, can you just not do Phoenix Wing this turn? No Phoenix Wing. Come on, bro. Okay. I have no AP, but I can do a W item, so that's what I'm gonna do. Let's do this. It's wild that that only gives me 300. Okay, this still looks pretty good, though. This still looks pretty good. If we can just make it to this next attack turn, we're going to be really close. He's doing Phoenix Wing every turn now. Don't die, Chaos.
I'm sorry.
Ah, dang it. Okay. That makes this a little bit more concerning. I think I gotta just bring Chaos back right here and hope for the best.
For the help.
And unfortunately, instead of doing like 400 to 600 damage here, I think I gotta take the W item and wait. Because he's probably going to do Phoenix Wing again. Okay, he's going to heal himself. That's fine. Okay, so we're going to do another heal here. And then Xion is going to give herself some EP back. Hopefully she doesn't get it stolen. I am going to use another one of these. Okay, don't die, Cosmos. Okay, good. We got the low roll on that. Hopefully I get to go again after this. Nice miss. Okay, cool. Alright, here comes the Medica All. And I think I can take my double angel blow here. Give me some good damage here, Chaos. Give me some crits. Please.
Angel blow.
Okay, that's not a crit, but that's good damage.
Ready?
He's got 2 boost points as well.
Angel blow.
I'm mashing the button here to get him in. Okay, he's healing himself again. That's fine. We're still net positive here. I don't have to heal here. Yeah, I think I'm going to take the charge here and then boost again. And then we'll do our big attack here. Nice, we got the crit. That's beautiful. Okay, and then here... I really should just go for damage again. We're getting so close. I can boost Chaos again if he doesn't die.
Angel blow.
We're going to be below 1,000 HP on Albedo after this. We actually might get 2 boost points out of this.
Angel blow.
Phoenix Wing again. Okay, low roll. Exactly 378 HP to Chaos. That sucks. Okay, but he's down to 600. And we lost that boost point, which is really, really crappy because I used it before he died. Even though his boosted turn never came up. Okay. So I could revive here. But I probably shouldn't. I should probably heal. And then do the revive afterwards. I really need him to not use Phoenix Wing. Just like for one turn at some point. He needs to just do something else. We've got a charge here. We're so close. Okay, good. This puts us a little farther away. We're kind of in the same situation here. Where I want to revive. But he's going after this. He's probably going to do a Phoenix Wing right now. So, let's just get the 2 ladies out of kill range. And then we'll try to get Chaos up after that. Yep. Cool, and we got the low roll. That's excellent. Okay. Time for the big thermometer attack here. Nice crit. Okay, he's charging himself for another Phoenix Wing that will be devastating. that he's probably going to do right now. So once again, heal the ladies. Oh, he's doing this again. Okay. Oh, it's like programmed to do one more. Followed by a Phoenix Wing? Brother. Brother. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We have W item capabilities. So let's do a W item revive. HP and EP recovery max. I mean, this is a great time to use this item. Oh, that's not a revive. Okay. We'd have to do this one. We only have one of those. If this is the final battle, it's stupid for me to not use this, right? But I don't know. I'm gonna do this one. I feel like this can't be the final battle. It's too easy. Like, it's hard, but it's too easy to be the final battle. Okay, he's charging. It's good that he didn't heal there. God, there's like a world where I can just do 400 damage to him. Come on. Yes, yes, okay. I'm gonna try. I'm just gonna do a single angel blow here and see if I can kill him. And I can have Xion heal afterwards. If he boosts in and wipes me with a Phoenix Wing, so be it. But I think I gotta go for it here. Alright, we need 300 damage. 300 damage.
Angel blow.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, now what happens after this?
We still have a long ways to go.
Okay, fanfare. So no immediate phase 2. 2 levels. The payout from that fight was nuts. For the skill points and tech points and stuff. Alright, cutscene time.
Answer me. Why are you doing this? There's absolutely nothing you can hope to gain out of this.
Au contraire. I am doing all this for your sake, Rubidoux.
For my sake?
Have you forgotten, Rubidoux? That fateful day 14 years ago? Have you forgotten what you did to us? It's all because of you. Because you closed yourself off from us. Our mental link was broken. And one after another, we succumbed to the power of the song. Left behind in that horror. Did we have any choice but to submit to it? Remember what happened, and repent for your sin.
It's true, I mean...
So you finally admit to it, you coward!
All right! Damn it! I couldn't control my fear!
Junior.
Yes! And therefore, you must atone for your sins. Atone with your life. I am the executor for all those who were destroyed. Although, I'm actually grateful to you, Rubidoux. Thanks to you, I alone was able to find the way to a whole new world.
What do you mean, a whole new world?
That's all that I seek. It's quite simple. Don't you think?
What the hell are you talking about?
At first, I wasn't sure if I should believe, but I experienced something a moment ago that confirmed it. And this ought to verify that experience for me. Entertain me if you will.
Is he activating the reactor or is he destroying it? Gobi, stop. You're barking at the person who lives here. Thank you for the GG. So why did he look at Cosmos like that? The game has done that so many times. Oh, there's a big old Gnosis in there.
Damn! You fused the Gnosis with the reactor?
You must first destroy this in order to stop Proto-Merkaba.
Ah, and we just got hit with an ad.
Oh,
Okay, I'll be back in 3 minutes.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go!
Pika fire! Pika fire! Pika fire! Pika fire! Pika fire! Pika fire! Yeah! Pika fire! Pika fire! Yeah! Pika fire! Pika fire! Pika fire! Yeah! Pika fire! Pika fire! Pika fire! Pika fire! Okay.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time up! This game's winner is...
Okay. Well, Samus is finally on the board. In an unexpected turn of events. And it was not even close, let me tell you. Wow. A 5-point separation in the score. Pretty wild. I didn't see what happened, though. But it wasn't the Metroid level. So it could have been stage hazards because it was the Mario level. But I actually don't even know which Mario level it was. I heard the music, but I don't know if it was the one where you can fall down the middle really easily. Because that's a very anti-Ness level. Like if Ness falls down there, he's cooked. No PK Thunders happening down there. But if it was the other Mario level, then I don't know what happened. Alright. Gotta get my scores updated here. So, Samus is on the board here. Congratulations to the bounty hunter for not getting completely skunked. Although it's not really going to make that much of a difference. But Samus just really doesn't have a dog in this fight anyways. She has a chance to, I guess, catch up to Yoshi in 8th place. Actually, hold on. Okay, maybe I'm misspeaking here. Yoshi and Luigi are tied, sort of. 7th and 8th place, but they have the same average score, and Samus is only behind by a 10th of a point. So I guess there is definitely a world where Samus could very quickly go from 9th all the way up to 6th. Well, no, that's not true. That's not true. The best Samus could reasonably do is up to 7th. But that's still, 2 positions. I don't think there's a world where Samus gets up to 6th, though. Let's see. If Samus were to go 11-0 in her last 2 matchups... Oh, yeah, okay. She would definitely... She would go to 5th place, actually. But that would require her to score 11 points against Fox, which we all know is not going to happen. But she could score 11 points against Kirby and go into 7th. Comfortably into 7th as well. At that. But that's also assuming that nothing happens with Luigi and Yoshi. They've still got matchups remaining as well. So and speaking of Yoshi, if you want to choose a character to fight against Mario in matchup number 57, your choices are Yoshi and Pikachu. All right, if you've been rooting for Samus all this time, I'm happy for you. Okay, so we got hit with the ad in the middle of this cutscene. Just in case you missed the last little blip there, Albedo activated or opened the reactor, and there's a giant Gnosis inside that he has fused with the reactor core, and he's just told us that we need to destroy this mega Gnosis if we want to shut the reactor down. And Shane is coming in with a channel point redeem here to select a fighter. All right, so it's going to be Pikachu against Mario. 2 Nintendo mascot juggernauts against each other in matchup number 57. That'll be exciting. Mario versus Pikachu. Pikachu currently in 6th place, sort of our wild card. Pikachu has performed very, very well overall in this tournament. He's only lost 3 of his appearances. Just hasn't won by any massive margins. That's kind of why he's in the middle of the pack there. Mario is currently ranked just above Pikachu in 5th place, but there's a pretty decent spread between them. However, Mario has appeared significantly less than the other characters. So he could just be artificially inflated based on the matchups that he's done. So this would be an interesting one. Battle in the middle of the pack there. Pikachu is the only character that has come close to defeating Fox. Which is another reason why we have our eye on Pikachu. Fox has very comfortably won against every other character he's been against. Link put up 4 points against him, which was a valiant effort, and Pikachu put up 5 points against him. So Pikachu was 1 point away from beating Fox. Link was 2 points away. Everyone else has been miles away from beating Fox. So we've got our eye on Pikachu as a wild card. He's still got to face off against Mario and Ness before he's all done. All right. And Ness, by the way, I don't know if I said this last time. Ness has moved into 4th place. Thanks to Samus giving up so many points. All right. Get this updated here. Yo, what's up, Pops? Welcome in. How are ya? Yeah, I'm doing a different a stream time. This will likely be my new stream time. If it doesn't work out for some reason, we'll try something else, but I'm definitely not going back to my previous schedule. So 3 to 8 US Central Time is probably going to be the new stream time, unless we discover something that doesn't work well about it. So yeah, it'll be a little bit later for the US folks, or I guess most folks. Good on me adjusting my schedule. Well, thank you for congratulating me for that. It's mostly done for Backlog Baby, for the little guy. But it does afford me some advantages as well. So I hope that it works out for more people than it doesn't. Obviously, it's inevitable that some people will like the previous stream time better, or it works better for them for some reason. But hopefully this works better for more people than it doesn't. This is also closer to the time that I used to stream. For most of the years that I've streamed, I was a evening, nighttime streamer. And the last year or so that I streamed like earlier during the day was kind of a new thing. But for certain people, depending on when they came in, you know, would still seem like the norm. It seems to be a perfect middle ground time for many. I hope so. Yeah, I mean, it's like later for people in like Europe or whatever, but I don't think it's like super late. I don't know. Degen time is best time. I mean, that does seem to be somewhat true. Shamneo. Automod grabbed your message just because there's a kappa in it, but you're fine. I see it. Yeah, degen time does kind of like statistically seem to be the best time. Or like US degen time seems to be the best. Because like the US people are more likely to end their stream and raid into the people who are streaming at degen time. And then also like other people on the other side of the planet are more likely to be able to watch someone that's streaming during the US degen time. So it kind of like creates this formula. There's like this whole world of like nighttime streamers that I don't usually get to engage in. I can watch a lot more nighttime streamers than I used to be able to watch when I was working, because I had to get up so early in the morning. Although sometimes I would catch the tail end of the nighttime streamers streams because of how early I woke up. Woked up? Wow. Nice. Now that you have a standard 9 to 5, the evening times work better for you. Oh, that's good to hear. Thank you for the affirmation, Kiki. Appreciate it. 7:15 for you. You've got the daily schedule of an 87-year-old. Supper by 2, bedtime by 3. That's kind of what my old schedule was. I need a piece of chocolate. So, that's happening. Before we unpause and go back to this cutscene. You had asked what's happening right now, Pops. I'm assuming you meant in the game. I think we're like at the end of the game. We were trying to decide or not we. I shouldn't give any implication that I want chat to participate in speculation. To reiterate for the 1000th time, I do not want to know where I'm at in this game. Don't tell me anything about the video game. Most of you all know this. But in case there are any first-time lurkers or whatever. All questions are rhetorical. The last fight that we were doing, I was like, this could be the final boss. It seemed a little too easy, and we just beat it. Like, it was a challenging fight, but it didn't seem quite final bossy. But if we're about to get thrown into another fight right here immediately with a giant Gnosis, this could definitely be it. Anyways, I'm going to unpause now and go back to reading and writing and listening.
Almost forgot the time. Not much left now. I'd say 5 minutes at best. I wonder how far you'll get in your current condition.
He's so cruel. He's tormenting Junior just for fun.
He is cruel, Momo. You're so right.
I'm sure we'll meet again if you survive. Rubido, my other half.
Albedo!
Junior, look out!
Oh, so he kind of like Hilberted the Gnosis. Ooh, that's a big boy.
Damn it. We have to destroy this thing first.
Right. This takes priority.
Be careful, everyone. That's no longer just a machine.
All right. Let's do it, Cosmos.
Affirmative. Switching to maximum output for all combat systems.
This thing is kind of Necron coded. Whoa.
I've come this far.
Special music. This arena. This has got to be the final boss. I'm convinced. Also, this song. This sounds like Masashi Hamauzu. That pad. I was hoping it would do it again. We got a choir happening. That chord that came in sounded exactly like the chord, the like horn cluster that happens at the beginning of the Final Fantasy 13 boss theme. Or no, maybe it's just the regular battle theme. Yeah, okay. Well, I feel very affirmed here that this is the final boss. And that all that's after this is a bunch of cutscenes and credits. There could be a world where you can regain control after this and like, you know, go to like an EVS save point to try to like clean up collectibles and stuff post game before the game actually ends. But I think that's very unlikely. And also, I am 100% the type of player to be less motivated to try and like clean up 100% collectible type stuff after I've beaten the final boss. Like, if there is any way, even if it's way more difficult, if there's any way for me to 100% the game and the last thing that I do is like complete the story and roll credits, that is my preferred way to do it. And again, I'm not trying to 100% this game necessarily, but I really would like to complete the segment file. So, it is at this juncture that I am going to ask a question that you will be allowed to answer if you know the answer, or if you are uncaring about spoilers for this game and feel safe looking up the answer. I imagine Shane will probably know the answer to this question, and any other Xenosaga experts in the chat will probably know the answer to this question. So let me think about exactly how I want to phrase this so that I only get the information that I want and not anything else. Okay. So, all right. In the segment file, we are missing 3 keys. And my current suspicion, especially now that I feel pretty much 100% confident that this is the final fight of the game and that there are no more areas, the fact that we have found every single door in the game and we're just missing 3 keys. There are 3 mini games that we have access to that have an unknown reward structure. There are 4 mini games. One of the 4 mini games we know the reward structure of, and it does not entail a segment file key. So my reasonable assumption has been that the other 3 mini games each have a key for the segment file, and that by getting to some arbitrary point in each of those mini games, we will obtain those 3 keys, and that's the way that they are obtained. But there is a possibility that I have just missed 3 chests in other areas, and the mini games are completely optional, and the reward structure is not related to the segment file whatsoever. It's also possible that all 3 of the keys are in one of the mini games, which would probably be the drill mini game. So I think this is going to have to be a 2-part question. And to protect myself, I have to structure every question as a yes or no question, because if I give people the room to answer open-endedly, I'm probably going to get more information than I want. So okay, so this might turn into like 3 or 4 questions. The first question is, okay, here's how I'm going to phrase it. Are all 3 of the segment file keys that I'm missing related to the minigames? Yes or no? Those are the only acceptable answers to this question. No. Okay. So all 3 are not related to minigames, but that doesn't necessarily mean that some of them aren't. So my follow-up question will be, are any of the 3 remaining segment file keys related to the minigames? Specifically the drill game, the card game, and the robot fighting game. Are any? No. Okay. Interesting. that is both reassuring and concerning to learn. Because knowing that they're not in there definitely lifts a big weight. But trying to imagine where otherwise they would be is a little bit concerning. Because I feel like I've explored every area extremely well. I did a very good job of going to as many places as I possibly could. So if the segment file keys I'm missing aren't just in like a random chest that I happened to miss, we don't really have a precedent set for other ways to obtain them. Like a random fixed enemy encounter, or stealing them, or something like that. I don't want to ask specifically where these 3 keys are, and asking... Yeah, there's a lot of questions that I could ask about them, but they're too specific. They're too specific. I think the only other question that I would feel comfortable asking, and this is going to be probably a 2-stage question in the exact same way that the last one was. So, okay. Another question that you're allowed to answer if you know. Are all 3 of the remaining segment file keys in chests? No. Okay, so here's the follow-up question. Are any of the remaining segment file keys in chests? And I believe I'm missing 1, 2, and 4 for reference. I realize you're not able to see which ones I'm missing. No. Okay. Okay, I think based on that probably means that these keys are locked behind some type of like special condition that has to do with like an NPC interaction or some other type of little micro side quest that I must have missed somewhere along the way, or they're locked behind an enemy encounter or like a super boss, or you know, something that I skipped, either intentionally or unintentionally. And I don't think, like, I think if I knew that they were in chests in some previous area and I had just missed them, it might be kind of fun to go back and like comb through and try to find them. But knowing that that's not what it is, I don't think I care enough. I feel like I don't really need to ask if they are missable. I think it's pretty safe to assume that they're not missable. But I guess just for the sake of knowing, like, are any of the segment file keys that I'm missing like locked out to a point where I actually can't get them based on something that I've done throughout the playthrough. Like I'm assuming that whatever the condition is, that if I went to the correct place and did the correct thing, I would still be able to get them. You're saying no. Yeah, so they're not locked away. They're still obtainable. So I think I'm happy enough knowing that, because presumably the last save that we made would be the last save before the game is over. You know, and the game might give us some kind of option to like record our clear data if there's anything that does transfer over to episode 2, you know, Suikoden.hack style. Like the fight that we just did against Albedo is very reasonably repeatable. This fight could be an absolute nightmare and could be like not reasonably repeatable. But like, I think I can pretty safely say that this right now is probably not going to be the attempt, and this would just be a scouting thing. Like, we thought we were just going to scout the Albedo fight previously, and then we ended up just rolling through and winning. And now we can just scout this one, because this is a true back-to-back fight where we have all our depleted stats from the previous fight. We were not given the opportunity to back out and save. And I highly doubt I'm going to be able to use an escape pack. Yeah. So I think what we'll do here is just do some scouting and plan to reset and do the first Albedo fight again, and try to put a build together that addresses both of these fights. I wasn't able to put any debuffs on Albedo, so it seems kind of silly to think that I would be able to do debuffs on this fight, but if I can, it would be really good to know. So I might as well just answer this for myself. Because down dex is huge if you have it. I also don't even know how I'd be able to tell if he's affected by it, because I can't even see the top of his head where the status icon would be. I want to scan this guy, but because I want this scouting attempt to last a decent amount of time, I should probably heal turn 1 here, instead of scouting right away and then get wiped by something. I might still get wiped by something, which would really suck, and then I'll wish that I had scouted his HP, but... Okay, he's pretty slow, which is nice. I think I'm just going to heal again. They probably make his first turn a little bit slower so that you can do this, so you can like kind of top up before the fight starts. That's definitely a thing I've seen in back-to-back fights. So he may only be slow on the first turn. They may give you like a freebie there. Okay, a critical 280 is really not scary. Alright, let's hit this thing with a scan. Also, the fact that this thing is called Sophie, wasn't there a character referenced? Don't answer this. I feel like there was a character referenced early on whose name was Sophie. For a second, I was thinking that it was Mizrahi's daughter, but that was Sakura. 16,000 HP, and it's actually got a weakness. Weak against L, which is lightning. I guess that makes sense because it's a machine, or it's fused with a machine. I wonder what Sophie Piathos is a reference to. So even though we scanned it, we don't get to see its HP. I wonder if it's just because it's a 5-digit number, and once it drops below 10,000, I'll be able to see it. or if I have to just keep scanning it to keep track, which would be kind of annoying. Alright, let's see what else we can learn here. Pierce type attack. Another single target. Physical attack. Yeah, that chord right there. That's like the exact same chord. I wonder if Masashi Hamauzu heard this song and that's where he came up with the FF13 battle theme. Or maybe I'm thinking of a song from FF10. I'm gonna have to look it up in a second. Theoretically, Tummy Beam should be really good against this thing because it's Gnosis type. So let's find that out. Regular attacks are not doing a lot. But it's kind of always been about tech attacks anyways, when it comes to bosses. Alright, that's decent. Should probably heal Cosmos. Yeah, I am lucky that Shane has been paying so much attention. You're right, Ricky. Let's try Down Force. It kind of seems like Down Dex might have worked. Maybe this thing is just inherently slow. Although Dex seems to be more of an accuracy thing than speed. So I'm kind of conflating that. Alright, let's see how Angel Blow does. Okay, Angel Blow's great. While other people were going out and forming relationships and developing social skills and making memories and showering, you were playing Xenosaga. Okay, not Cosmos. Oh, or Miss. Okay, so Down Dex might be working. Yeah, I'm thinking of a song from Final Fantasy X, not 13. It has that exact same horn pad. So that means that Mitsuda might have stolen it from them. Because FF10 was before this, I think. Really close together, though. Both 2001, if I'm not mistaken. What am I doing here? Just charging? Or no, we should do Down Ether. Because it seems like the debuffs are working. Okay, I need Cosmos or Xion to do a W item. And we don't need to heal this turn, so let's set that up. Maybe you can miss again? Oof, that hurts. Okay. I gotta assume that I'm gonna get to go again after this, so we'll just take the charge. Yeah. And then I could have... Oh, no, I can't have him do an AoE heal instead of Xion because he doesn't have enough AP. Oh, wait, yes, he will because that's what I'm going to do with Xion. Okay, perfect. So we're going to do a W item, Ether Pack High, because this is the final boss. Why not just go for the Gusto? There's not going to be any other fights to save these for. I don't think my consumable items are going to transfer to episode 2, if anything. And now he can do an AoE heal.
Unleash some
We should definitely try the lightning ability with Chaos to make sure that it doesn't do more than Angel Blow. And I think we're safe to set up another charge with Shion here. Let's see how much the thermometer does versus Tummy Beam. Tummy Beam was good. That's better, though. And then we'll set up another 6 AP. And charge here as well. Okay, this is the first attack that we saw. Super manageable. We love that one. Gobi, stop. We're going to do Medica all here. This could be a situation where they make this fight kind of easy because it's 2 in a row. This game has had some hard fights, but it hasn't really done them in like a mean-spirited way. Like, some games are very mean-spirited when they want to make a hard fight. I'm gonna do the lightning spell not on a 6 AP turn. We're gonna take double Angel Blow here. Plus, this will help me remind myself how much damage it does. Pardon my phlegm. Okay, so about 350, 3 to 350 for Angel Blow. We'll try Lightning Wings to make sure it doesn't do more than that, since he's weak against it. I have a feeling it's probably going to do like 180. Oh, he summoned an ad. Okay. Jaldabouth. And now I can't attack him. Okay, well this is huge. I'm assuming that happened based on... Well, it's either a number of turns, or it's based on... It's either based on number of turns, or it's based on how much damage he's taken. One of the two. $14 final bosses in a row? Oh my goodness, Ricky. That sounds horrible. Yikes. That's like someone played like an old Mega Man and was like, hold my beer. Okay, this thing has 1200 HP. So that's not a huge deal. And then Tummy Beam and Angel Blow will still hit the boss and back, presumably. Which is also nice. I guess we're just charging here. Oh, he's gonna self-destruct. Okay. Well, that's fine, I guess. That wasn't that much damage. So, I really didn't hate that. Okay, Thermometer is more powerful than Tummy Beam. So, with being back to one target, we're going to go back to Thermometer attack. Do we need a W item here? No. So we'll just top off. Whatever RPG that was, Ricky, I hope I don't ever play it. That sounds awful. Okay, well, once again, we have 6 AP, so we're going to do double Angel Blow. I forgot to try Lightning. We got high critical, too. This is great. It's almost certain that the Lightning Wings doesn't do more damage. But it'll be nice to check. Just in case. The number to beat is 300 to 350. Beautiful. Beautiful damage. Okay, there's another ad. It's in a different position, but it has the same name. Not sure what to think about that. Cosmos, you can go ahead and just charge up. I'm assuming this thing's just going to blow up again. Yep. This really isn't an issue at all. So, thermometer. Whoo! 729. That is gorgeous. Another AoE here. It's really nice to have Xion just sitting at 6 AP turn after turn in case we need it. I really like that. This choir kind of reminds me of the Death Note choir as well. There's obviously a lot of stuff that sounds like that. Just like kind of generic syllabic Latin choir pad. But it helps that we're watching through Death Note right now. Okay, I want to try the lightning. And I believe it hits all enemies. Oh, we learned it, but I didn't set it. Never mind. We're not going to check lightning. We're just going to send it. Nice damage. What episode are we on? I actually don't remember number-wise. We're right at the end, though. We're on, like, 32 or 33 or something like that out of 37 episodes. This is like my second or third time watching it through, so I know what happens, but it's the lady's first time watching it. And obviously I wouldn't want to discuss plot stuff in chat because there's a lot of people who still haven't seen Death Note. But we're somewhere right in there. We're like at the tail end of it. We have like 5 or 6 episodes left. Something like that. I could tell you exactly what happened in the last episode that we watched, but then that would be discussing the plot in chat, which I don't want to do. It is a really, really well done series. Like, I feel like nowadays a lot of people like to meme on Death Note and say that it's like overrated or like not as good as people say or whatever, or like, oh, if Death Note is on your, like, top anime series, you're a normie, scrub, wannabe weeb who hasn't seen enough anime or whatever. But I think that's all incorrect. It really is just a great show. Like, I'm enjoying it more on my third watch through than I think I did on the first or second watch through. Because I have... But part of the reason why I'm enjoying it more is not just, like, having a fully formed frontal lobe, but also, like, the difference in my interpretation of things this time versus the previous times. Which is very cool. Like, I'm noticing different things, not just because I've watched it again, but because I'm, like, a different person. Kind of thing. It's very neat. I've never had that experience before. It's also cool to watch it. This is the first time I've watched Death Note after having seen Attack on Titan, which is made by the same person. So it's cool to see, like, kind of like inside that creator's psyche, because there's a lot of similarities in like this, in like some of the subtext and like narrative ideas. Like aesthetically and on the surface level, the shows have almost nothing in common. But if you really dig into it and get into the weeds with it, there's a lot of interesting connections. Do I want to heal here? I kind of want to press the attack and just boost. This guy is kind of making it easy on me. Let's give a boost to Cosmos. I'm going to try to get some of this phlegm No one will be saying that after One Punch Man Season 3. No one will be saying... Wait, what do you mean, Sen? Do you mean that people will be more receptive to positivity about Death Note after One Punch Man Season 3? You haven't seen Attack on Titan yet, but you want to get around to it? Yeah, it's great, Sorless. I really, really like it. It's definitely not for everybody, though. Like, Death Note is definitely more of a show that I would recommend to, like, almost anybody that's, like, into anime or wants to get into anime. Like, I actually think Death Note is a pretty good gateway anime. It's not as good of a gateway anime as Monster. But also Monster might just set your bar too high for other anime because it's like such a great show and it like doesn't do a lot of things that other anime do. And that's only part of what makes it really great. But like some people just can't do the like anime energy with like really like extremely like emotionally animated characters and like larger than life reactions to situations and stuff like that. It's just like too cringe for them. And Monster doesn't do that. It's like super it's more like you're just watching like a live action drama, but it just happens to be animated. Whereas even Death Note has like a little bit of that stuff, but very little. So, Death Note's probably a better gateway anime because it has more anime tropes. Monster doesn't really have anime tropes. Monster is just a show that happens to be also an anime. It doesn't really have any anime tropes. And that's not why it's an amazing show, but I guess it's part of it. Okay, I was right. Now that the health is below 10,000, we can see it. That's pretty cool. I have not watched Assassination Classroom. Oh, there's a debacle related to One Punch Man? No, I'm not familiar with that. I haven't really watched a lot of new gen anime. Attack on Titan and Made in Abyss are the newest anime that I have ever watched, and they are not that new. I've never seen One Punch Man. I've never seen Chainsaw Man. I haven't seen Dan Da Dan. I don't watch One Piece. I haven't seen any of like the recent like hot anime. So I have no idea what the discourse would be. The anime said the same director. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that the manga was written by the same person when it comes to Attack on Titan and Death Note. I don't remember the person's name. But like the primary creative force, I think, is like the same person. Assassination Classroom is really good. Yeah, I love Made in Abyss. We need to go back. The lady and I have watched all of season 1 and season 2, and we haven't watched the movies because usually when there's movies attached to an anime series, they're like not canon and not related. So I didn't watch them, but I've come to learn that they actually are canon and like worth watching. Oh, we have a new ad. Ratatosk. I've heard that name before. Disastrous Life of Saiki K. It's really funny. I don't think I would enjoy a comedy anime. To be perfectly honest. If the anime is primarily focused on comedy, I think I'm probably out. But I could be wrong. Like, I like levity and comedy in my anime. Don't get me wrong. I don't need it to be, like, super self-serious. You haven't seen the movie yet either? Yeah, I think there's 2 movies for Made in Abyss. But the movie or movies are like interstitial stories that happen between season 1 and season 2, and some of the, like, one of the key characters in season 2 is introduced in one of the movies. So we started watching season 2, and all the characters are like super familiar with this character, and we're like, wait, I don't remember this person. Where did they come from? What? And then I realized, oh, they're in the movie, but we just kept watching the show, thinking that like they were going to be explained, or there was going to be like a flashback or something, but there wasn't. So there's like all this stuff that happened between season 1 and season 2 that we just didn't get to see. And we assumed that the show was going to explain it, but it never did. And then afterwards it's like, oh, that's all in the movie. So now we have to go back and watch the movie. And we still like really enjoyed season 2, but there's just like some additional context that we don't have. And I hope the show continues, because they definitely didn't finish the story. I hope the show continues and that they finish the story. I don't want it to be like a 100 episode shonen nightmare. You know, hopefully they can like wrap it up. Because there's definitely a limited amount of content to what they're working with for the premise. It's a fantastic premise, but if they stretch it too long, it's going to wear out its welcome. So let's see if this thing just blows up after I attack it. Oh, that thing is nasty. Okay, so it's going to do a different AoE against me, and it's inflicting a status. Ether attack down. That might not be a problem, but we'll go ahead and remove it since we can easily do so.
Unleash some of thy powers.
Oh, you have a framed artwork of Made in Abyss. Nice. There's a Switch game for it? I didn't even know that. Is that Japan only? Okay, so maybe I shouldn't attack these things because they're just going to inflict status against me and do AoE damage. Maybe I should just leave them alone. They're definitely worse than the other ones, though, because they just get rid of themselves. But these guys are going to presumably stick around. We'll go ahead and do Medica here. You're hesitant with games about shows? Yeah, it seems very hard to do. I heard that one of the Attack on Titan games was pretty decent. Like, that seems like one that you could pretty reasonably make a game out of, because it's so action-focused. Alright, we're probably going to get bombarded with status here, but we got to do damage to the boss, so... You're rereading Fairy Tail right now. It's enjoyable enough if you can overlook the fan service. Yeah, I can't overlook fan service. I can't do it. I barely made it through Gurren Lagann. I barely made it through Kill la Kill. I couldn't make it more than a season through 7 Deadly Sins. And I think the older I get, the worse that's going to be. Like, I can't do the just extremely horny anime shows. I can't do it. Well, we didn't get status that time. It was just AoE damage. That's kind of cool. Maybe they can only do the status one time until they're gone. That would be pretty workable. We gotta just attack here. Oh, clear status abnormalities. Okay, I guess that would get rid of buffs as well, but we don't have any. So we're not worried about that. Go ahead and just top off health here. Gintama is pretty legendary, but oh no, I already read that. You watched all of Naruto. None of the movies, because you weren't exactly sure where they fit in. Yeah, see, I feel like a show like Naruto, the movies are definitely not canon. Sorry, I got a lot of phlegm happening here. It finally loosened up. We didn't get status by that one either, so that's good. I'm going to do Tummy Beam here instead of the thermometer to try to get rid of these things. They might not quite die, though, so... This might be a shot in the foot. Wait, I did the wrong thing. Wow. Oh, we're in another ad. Oh my god. Okay. It's so late. I'm just gonna play through it. You watched all of Naruto, but not the movies. Yeah, I watched all of Bleach up to a certain point. And I watched the Bleach movies too, knowing that they weren't gonna be canon. I just watched them because I thought it would be fun to check them out, and it was more Bleach to fill the void, you know. But yeah, it was like a well-documented, known ahead of time thing that like, hey, these aren't canon. It's just for fun. It's just like a, you know, they're like a one-off, spin-off type thing, and it was fine. And that's kind of like what I would expect about any anime movie that's attached to a series. Like that's how the Dragon Ball Z movies were. Okay, I'm gonna actually do Tummy Beam this time. And not screw it up. Natsume Yujincho. Aria the Animation, and Kamichu, if I want some anime to just relax with. That's an interesting prospect. Okay, yeah, I think I kind of shot myself in the foot by doing that. At least they didn't both boost in. So I should have done thermometer there. Okay, we're gonna get to heal here. Charge up a little bit. The same vibe as Kiki's delivery service and My Neighbor Totoro. Okay, yeah. That's helpful. I get how those are relaxing. Made in Abyss Binary Star Falling into Darkness. Came out on Switch, PC, PS4, and PC. Action adventure RPG. Interesting. Oh yeah, I know about Xenoblade 2, Ricky. That's part of the reason why when it comes time for me to play Xenoblade 2, I'm not going to stream it. Because I don't want to deal with that on stream. I don't want to spend like my entire playthrough talking about like fan service discourse, whether people agree with me or disagree with me. It would just be such a, like, I would just so constantly have to like bring up my stance. I feel like I would have to like qualify my position constantly while playing that game. I'm just going to play Xenoblade 2 offline. Xenoblade 3 will be up for grabs for a stream game, but not Xenoblade 2. I'm just going to play that by myself. And I'll tell everybody what I think as I go along and when I'm done, but it's too much of a can of worms for stream. It does not sound... I decided that a long time ago. It's on my ban list. I have a specific ban list for games that I will play and want to play, but will not play on stream for one reason or another. You can look at them in my collection spreadsheet if you're ever interested. I have it there so that if people like redeem for me to play a specific game on Ko-fi or something, they know that they can't pick those games and that it's been stated. Okay. We're gonna focus on single target stuff. Oh, this is new. This is a new attack. Inflicting the Lost status effect. I've seen this in the manual before. I don't know if we've been subjected to it before. I think we have. I gotta remind myself what it does. Cannot use ether commands. Yeah. Obviously, that's going to be a huge problem for Xion. She uses ether almost every single turn. We're going to do thermometer here. Oops, sorry, bumped the mic there. Mostly positive reviews for the game on Steam, but it's still $60. It's 3 years old. Huh. Yeah, never even heard about that one. Okay, this is Chaos's turn. He's got 6 AP. Okay, we should be able to take both of these things out with double Angel Blow, so I'm going to go ahead and do it. Oh, especially if we get high critical on all 3 hits. That would be amazing. The Fairy Tail Hero Mishima Oh, with Fairy Tail, Hiro Mishima clearly likes badass female characters, so unlike a lot of other shonen anime, the female characters won't be sidelined or completely incompetent. That's nice. It's just he's incapable of letting a woman be fully dressed for longer than a chapter. I see. Yeah, I would never make it through a show like that. Never. I can't do it. And it's not from like some like moral high ground, I'm so woke and chivalrous kind of thing. Like, it's just so cringe that it's like, it just like, it is like an entertainment value sponge for me. It's not even like, oh, this deplorable behavior, I cannot consume it. It's not even like that. It's just like, can we just, like, come on. Like, you know, if I was in middle school, sure. There's not a whole lot of things that are too juvenile for me, but that's apparently one of them. Or maybe that's not even the right way to describe it either. I don't really know how to put it into words, but all I know is I got so annoyed with how horny Seven Deadly Sins was that by the, like, I barely made it to the second season. The reason I watched it is because a friend of mine told me that she really liked it, and it was like a cool anime that she liked. And I was like, oh, cool, I didn't even know you were into anime. So I started watching it. And I was like, okay. And it doesn't stop. And I was like, I don't know. And I was like asking her, I was like, do they like taper off with like the da-da-da? And she was like, oh yeah, a little bit. And I was like, okay. And then I looked at like how much of the show that there is, and I was just like, I don't know. I got to the end of the first season so that I could say that I watched a season, and then I started season 2 to see if like the tone shifted or whatever. And the tone shifted, but not in the direction that I wanted it to. It shifted in the opposite direction. Okay, he's boosting in after this. Hopefully he's not using a massive attack. If he is, we might be cooked. But I'm gonna use the status heal here so she can go back to using ether. Oh, you're gonna steal my EP now. Oh, you're stealing it from Cosmos. That's not a problem, actually. I don't need to do anything about that right away. This is probably bad. This is probably the big bad AoE attack that kills us. Yep. Oh my god. Wow. 1,400 damage. What the heck was I supposed to do about that? Okay. Alright, well, that's fine. I need to end stream anyways. I didn't really want to beat that fight and then, like, sit through an hour-long ending of the game since I'm already in extra endings. So that's fine. We learned a lot. I don't know what we're gonna do about that, though. Like, is that just like you gotta win the fight before you get there? Or is it the most arbitrary, like, damage check difficulty spike where you just have to have that much health? Because there's, like, no warning. You know, it's not like the other boss where it's like, the boss is charging up its laser, you know, and then you can, like, put Veil on to, like, mitigate the damage and then remove it afterwards. Like we did in that one fight. I don't know what we would do to mitigate that. Other than just, like, massive amounts of ether defense. Because, yeah, 1,400 damage is, like, so far beyond. And it wasn't a crit either, I don't think. So, yikes. That was something. He uses the male characters for fan service a lot. Yeah, the fact that there's any type of, like, balance or imbalance of the fan service doesn't matter to me. It can't be there, or I won't watch the show. Like, it's one thing if, like if there is, like, a particular character or characters that are, like, you know, maybe an object of sexualization, like, a little bit at certain points, but it's not something that's, like, harped on constantly. You know, obviously that's, like, a normal trope across all different types of media, and that's, like, a thing that I can deal with case by case. But fan service is obviously very different than that. Okay, well, it's time for me to end stream. We're in extra innings. We're going to play this game again tomorrow. Hopefully I will feel even better today than I did, or even better tomorrow than I did today. Almost misspoke and cursed myself. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We're obviously going to need to assess our party, make some adjustments, maybe do some grinding. I don't feel motivated based on what I learned from Shane. I don't feel motivated to go hunting for those 3 segment file keys because they're probably locked away in some place where I would never find them without looking them up, or spending just hours upon hours upon hours arbitrarily looking for them. So I think I'm okay with just letting those go, especially knowing that this is like the final fight and I already have so many other things at my disposal that I'm not even using and not going to be able to take advantage of. Like I have all these accessories that I haven't used and do very cool specific things. I have all these like passive skills that I don't have enough points to learn. I have like half of everybody's ether tree that I haven't learned. So like there's already so many things that I'm leaving on the table. I don't feel the need to like arbitrarily put a goalpost on these 3 segment file keys just so that I can have this nice uniform symmetrical rectangular screen that I can look at and be like, look at this thing that I did, and I can like screenshot it and put it in a folder. Sometimes I like that, but I think for this particular example, it's not going to matter to me that much, especially knowing that this is like the end of the game. Those 3 items could be really, really cool and amazing, and I'll be sad that I don't have them, but I can always go back to a save file and go and get them. There's definitely a world where after I beat the game and I'm not afraid of spoilers, or I allow somebody to tell me, I can find out where those 3 keys are specifically, and I can decide to go back and get them if I really, really want to. And there's also a world where whenever it comes time to play Xenosaga 2, if something is like transferable and I find out that that's somehow going to be influential on that, I can decide if I care about it. But for now, it really doesn't seem like it's going to matter to me that much. So I think tomorrow is going to be focused on a lot of planning, menuing, speculation on party builds. We'll be looking at ether trees, passive skills, party members, all that kind of thing. And then we will definitely attempt this boss again and see if we can presumably beat the game, because that would time out nicely to beat it on a Friday, and we could get a new poll up and start a new game a week from, or not a week from today, because I'm not streaming a week from today, because a week from today is Thanksgiving, but start a game the following Friday perhaps. Not going to put pressure on myself to try to beat the game tomorrow, obviously. I'm going to give myself all the room that I need, but it's certainly on the table. I think that's all I've got for now. To recap the announcements from today, obviously new stream time, 3 to 8 p.m. Central, for the foreseeable future. I'll let you know if it's going to change. We unlocked a sub-goal bonus stream today, which will happen not this Sunday, but next Sunday, unless the lady and I have plans and I don't remember. But I will announce it in a Monday update, and it will happen the Sunday after that Monday update. So look out for that. And next Tuesday, more Mario Origami King. Did I already say Analog 3D is on the way? Well, it's actually, I don't know if it's on the way. But soon I will have an Analog 3D, which is very exciting. And what was the other big thing? Oh, the raid train stream. That's right. December 12th, Friday, December 12th, I'm going to be participating in a raid train with Club CRT. And I'll be playing a not first playthrough cozy special game for that day and that day only. I'll be streaming at normal time that day, but I will be raided by a specific person at a specific time during the stream, and then we will raid out at a specific time, which is happens to be my normal end time, into a specific streamer. And the whole purpose is for people that are in this Club CRT Discord to just kind of get to know each other a little bit better, because we've all been in there for like a year, and a lot of us still don't know each other, and there's a lot of new people. So that'll be fun. I'll try my best to continue to remind you all about that and announce it in various places. Let's see, who can we raid today? It's exciting to be able to raid different people because of the different time change. Where do we want to go? A lot of choices. A lot of choices. Well, I'm being pulled in a direction. Yeah, let's raid Indy. I do get to raid Indy sometimes, so this isn't me fully taking advantage of the new stream time. But I don't get to raid Indy often, and I'm just a big fan. What can I say? I'm a big fan of Indy Glowstick. Indy is an 18+ streamer, so if you're not ready for that, if you're not equipped for that, prepare yourself accordingly. But definitely drop her a follow. She's very funny. She's very entertaining, very unhinged, but also very cozy. It's a nice juxtaposition of feeling very comfy and also being kind of off the wall at the same time. I enjoy hanging out over there a lot. A lot of cool people hang out in her chat that are also cool streamers. So spend some time over there with me. You probably won't regret it. It's a good time. Great Discord server too. She is playing a game that looks mildly spooky, perhaps? I don't know. This game is called Devotion. I don't know anything about it. But we're going to go say hi and see how it going. See y'all tomorrow for more Xenosaga. Maybe the finale? I don't know. We'll find out together. And more fun stuff later on. Y'all be good.